Happy Tuesday! You made it through Monday. Congratulations. Often regarded as the hardest day of the week, and you are now well into Tuesday. We are half an hour from market open, and we have 4.5 hours of content for you all today. I want to start by thanking everyone who comes and watches and shows up and participates in the community and asks questions and likes the stream and shares the stream every single day. If you haven't done those yet, now is a wonderful opportunity as we're getting going. For the next 90 minutes, we have some special things in store for you all. We're going to do levels on the key indexes that you all love, your ES and your NQ. We're going to cover some education. Every single day, Barbie brings to you the most interesting chart of the day. Stay tuned for that one. Again, the most interesting chart of the day. It's not going to be something that you're thinking of. I can promise you that. But it could open up your eyes. It could open up some ideas for you. And we've got a very special guest joining us. But before that, we have a new host who's going to be joining MFTV. That's right, a new host joining MFTV. I'm going to ask this of the audience. If you are ready to meet the new host, will you please drop a 1 in the chat? Again, I have somebody queued up. I want to make sure that the audience is ready. You're awake enough where you can meet your new host. This is going to be somebody who's going to be streaming with you every single day. He's got a perspective on the markets that's unique and very well complements Barbie and Terry. Because our commitment to this programming is to do whatever it takes to help you achieve your goals in the market. That's it. It's as simple as that. We want to do whatever it takes to help you achieve your goals in the market. And so we worked hard to recruit and bring in a host who can do so. I see ones. So let's welcome our new surprise host, Terry and Barbie, onto the stream with us.
Surprise. Oh, there you go.
What's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
How y'all doing? Good to be here.
Are you excited?
We're doing it.
Yeah. This is fun.
Welcome, Nick.
Awesome. It's great to be here.
So Nick, just give us a little bit of background on yourself as a trader or your trading journey as everybody's getting to know you.
Yeah, so I started trading back in 2019, just kind of on and off while I kind of worked a job. And then as, COVID happened, I got a little bit more into it because, the AMC, GameStop, but I really didn't do a whole lot of that stuff. It was mainly like a little bit of crypto with Dogecoin, stuff like that. And then I eventually moved to swing trading, like small cap stocks. And that was kind of my thing for the longest time. And then the market kind of went the other way, late 2021 or whatever. And then that was right after I quit my job to start trading. And then I had to just kind of refine my strategy a little bit more. And I've kind of started watching ICT a little bit. So I'm an ICT based trader. And I don't buy into all the other stuff, all the drama with it. But it works for me. So I trade it. And so, I've been doing that for about 3.5, 4 years. And, I've been a full-time trader. September would be 4 years. And, I have wife, 2 kids. And, it's definitely been hard. But I think it's, the passion that keeps you going for it. And I never thought, if trading would be my thing, but it is. And I enjoy it. And I enjoy teaching and helping others do the same, because it's pretty cool. When price will hit your TP or whatever, but it's even so much better. When someone that you've helped or whatever, eventually quits their 9 to 5 or gets their first payout or first, 5-figure month. It's just insane to see, that happen to other people, not just myself. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, no, that's kind of in a nutshell here, kind of everything about me. And yeah.
And what are you typically trading? What accounts are you trading? Prop?
I trade NQ, ES, gold, and I'll trade the euro and pound futures. But I'd probably say 40% NQ, 40% ES, and then like 20%, like, well, I'll place at 19% gold, and then like event, like one time a month or once every 2 months, I'll take a swing overnight on Euro futures, just because it kind of likes to move in London. But that's about it, really. Yeah, but that's about it. And I trade with like just about all the top firms. I think you were about to ask that next. So, yeah, I think it's, yeah. But I do love, my favorite plan is the expert plan with you guys. So that's like,
Woo!
I think that's the closest to like a cash account that you can get. You know what I mean?
Yep. No consistency, no
Mhm.
DLL,
No
and
consistency.
payouts. That's the
Right.
expert plan. Nick, so when we get started and we dive into it, I'm going to ask you to talk us through what you're seeing on NQ for the day. But before that, Terry, Barbie, any questions for Nick?
I have a very important question, Nick.
All right.
Do you like to party?
Yeah, not. I mean, yeah, I do.
Yes.
Not as I used to, but yeah, it'll maybe be good to get back at it.
Okay, awesome. You fit perfectly in our crew.
Yeah, that's what I needed to make sure too. Are you ready to have some fun? Because like
yeah,
we
I'm ready to have
trade.
some fun. Yeah,
we trade, but like we're not. We don't want to keep it so serious. It's not fun.
No, I don't get too serious either. Like, so I come off as very sarcastic a lot with some people. So you'll see me toss around jokes here all the time.
You think? What do you think, chat? Do you think he can hang?
That's a great question. If you think Nick can hang, will you drop a little heart emoji in the chat?
You guys use YouTube to watch the chat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Chat is ornery, I'll say.
They can be. They can get a little. They want, so they're wanting some drama. They want us to be the Real Housewives of
they
trading.
want it to be interesting. Yeah, for sure.
So I guess if you want to bring some drama, but you know, we're a little more. Me and Terry, anyway, we're a little more love. So we'll see.
Yes, we love positive vibes. The more we put out positivity, the more it comes back to us. We are definitely creating a welcoming and encouraging and positive community. And you guys all make it possible.
Ooh, that was awesome, Terry. Great call out. All right. I'll say this one. Barbie, what should we set our first giveaway target at for today?
Well, I think
to celebrate.
I gotta see where we are right now.
We're in the threes. It's just
all right.
Up.
Yeah, of course we're just warming up. We're just getting to know Nick. What should we set it at? What do you think, chat? I think I see a lot of 500s. I think we can do 500 views. That sounds very, very doable. It's a nice little welcome.
All right. We're going easy on you all because we want to celebrate Nick being here. Nick, and for viewers who don't know, anyone who has subscribed to our channel and watching. So again, if you're not subscribed, subscribe now because you need to be subscribed to be eligible to win. Who is subscribed and watching has about 6 opportunities per day to win free accounts and free resets. We do some of these giveaways as codes that we announce and pop up on the screen, and it's a mad dash to plug them in. We do some as sneaky codes that just creep up on for those who are truly paying attention and really focused on in educating themselves and trying to get the levels and the trades and all that. And then we do a randomized wheel spinner. And that is the gist of how the codes get out there. How's that sound, Nick?
Yeah, that sounds fun. Let's do it. I'm guessing a lot of you guys don't trade till open, but not you guys wait till 9:30 or what?
This is this period of time right before the market opens. I suck at, so
Me too. I can never get a read on it. Like usually when something looks good, like 9:30, you'll just come in, just huge candle. I'm like, yep, there, yeah, you know. And I eventually end up probably being right, but like it's just I'm a little too early. I kind of like to let it breathe the first 10, 15 minutes, and then I like to participate. But it's good to get in here earlier than normal because I usually start Discord stream like 9:15, 9:30. So and just kind of look at the markets and things like that. So yeah, I'm excited. How many people we got? We got 3. I don't know if my thing's right or not.
And sometimes mine lags, so I have to always go check
I'm
it.
gonna add my Discord.
Yeah.
In here.
Nick, what do you look for when you're looking at the charts?
Yeah, so I try to find like something. I'll share my screen. Like for NQ, I'll start on like the higher time frames. No, wait till that. And for me, like the obvious draw is back to all-time highs, especially after yesterday's candle. And my like low-hanging fruit would be last Wednesday's high for me. And the fact that this is just such a big candle on the daily makes me think that, this is just going to be the low of the week, and any inefficiency such as like a fair value gap, I'm looking for it to be respected and for price to go higher from there. So I'm actually looking for a move for price to, go higher from here. My like best setup. So like when I come into the market around like 9:30 and we have like an hourly fair value gap or like an hourly low. So I'd probably mark off this low right here. So maybe look for price to attack that before going higher, because we did form some sort of consolidation here overnight. So if you think like power 3, accumulation, manipulation, distribution towards this previous day high, this is actually kind of like what I want to see here today. Previous day high not be taken and you're bullish. So I think we get maybe a good move today. We do have FOMC tomorrow, and I've been a little skeptical entering trades, with Trump and this whole wars thing going on, because like you could have a good analysis on something and just something breaks out, some news, and it just gets completely invalidated. But definitely want to be patient in this market, be nimble, like with profit taking and things like that. But these are probably the two levels I'm watching in Q today. Is this 4-hour level, this 4-hour BISI right here for price to react and move towards previous day high and Wednesday's high, and then this hourly swing low. And I'll just want to drop down from there. I'll drop to a 5-minute chart and just look for a buy model in there up to those highs. So that's pretty much it.
And can you call out those levels? Where are they at?
Yeah. So this is the low on this. Well, the low is 21,996, and then NQ is already at the level it's at right now. But so I guess 21,996 would be the NQ level, and then for ES it would be some two of these lows. 60.44, I believe, on ES. 60.45 before going higher, I think.
That's
and
what I have.
then target would be
That low.
6110. Yeah, 6110. And then NQ would be obviously 22,222. It's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I do a lot of trading is just waiting, right? Depending on what kind of type of trader you are. I'm a little bit more laid back, so I really, really preach like letting the market come to you. And if you don't see anything you like, why are you going to participate?
Yep. No, absolutely. And I'll say this to the chat. Any questions for Nick, drop them in there. Nick, it's very fun to get to know you together with the community and how you trade and how you look at the world and all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. This chat's just popping, like making me crack up, man.
Well, and again, I'll remind this for folks who are just joining us now. Nick will be with us every day, Monday to Friday, joining your team of Barbie and Terry.
We get to keep him.
We get to keep him.
Awesome.
Are we going to be here on Thursday?
No, not this Thursday. To celebrate the holiday. Yeah, a good one to talk about is what we're doing to celebrate tomorrow. Barbie, Terry, how about I pass it over to you for the regularly scheduled programming you're great at?
Well,
Sounds good.
yeah, I can kind of add to what Nick was talking about. I can kind of show my ES analysis a little bit. You know what I was thinking when I first came to the charts this morning? Last night, I was not looking at the charts and I was not paying attention to trading at all. But I was seeing some stuff coming through, like alerts and things coming through, just war, everything's terrible, making it seem like the chart was moving down a lot. And then this is what I came into. So I think it's always really good. This is why I always look at the daily, is it always puts everything in perspective, that this little, there's nothing happening. It's all fine. Everything's still good. The ES is still pushing up here kind of around the 2 ATR on the daily. So with that in mind, I mean, we were talking the other day, are we getting kind of like numb to war news? It's kind of sad to think about, but maybe.
Mhm.
But on the ES, so what I am looking at, we are lower than close, so we've made a move down, and we have made a move right into that support. I had the magnet level there at 60.43. We didn't quite get there. We made 60.45 for that low. But what I'm looking at is since Wednesday, and Nick had brought up this high too. I'm really watching that same high, and on ES it's 61.2875. But we'd put in that high, and then since then we'd made lower low, lower high, lower low until really over the weekend and yesterday, which is kind of crazy because we have all this news coming in about Israel and Iran, and then we have this. But we do, so typically if we just had FOMC week, I would just expect Monday and Tuesday to be slow heading into Wednesday when we're going to have the big day. But we've got all this other stuff going on, and so we can still get a really nice move today. But what I'm looking for is we've really got that high and the low kind of really set. And we have a pre-market low here too, around the 60.82 level. That's kind of in the middle of it. So what I'm looking at is if we get above the 60.82 level, and that was an important level yesterday as well, then I want to see if we can tag that high from yesterday at 61.09. We do have Century in there, the 6100, so I would definitely be booking profits by there. If we get through that 61.09, then I would be looking for 61.28, and then above there we have 61.50. That is kind of a psychological whole number, but when I was coming up in some other analysis, I looked at it with extensions and the ATR extensions and Fibonacci extensions and all sorts of things. There's a lot of different reasons that this 61.50 comes up, so that's my next target up there. We could end up just chopping around between that high from the other day and one of these lows down here, either the 60.43 or even down to like 60.20. But if we break through the 60.45, I would be looking for, we just kind of have like a smaller little low that we had put in the other day around 60.29, and then ultimately 60.17 down to 6,000. So I think either of those scenarios is in play. And Nick pointed out earlier, even if you have like a great technical setup in one direction, if it's bullish, and then we have war news come in, that's going to change everything. And so we do have to be aware that there's that going on and pay attention to the news and make sure we have stops on and that sort of thing, whatever we end up playing.
Yes, and we had retail sales this morning too, and that was worse than expected. I think overnight there was war news. Trump said something about wanting to not just negotiate a peace treaty or like a freeze on the war, but to actually have some type of real deal stop with, I believe, Iran's nuclear program. So that, I believe, is what sent the market down last night during Globex and Asia session. So just some news to kind of be aware
that bombings too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so
the market usually doesn't like missiles flying.
No, especially during overnight, the market is very illiquid. But I've seen so many reversals happen during New York, like 100% reversal of whatever happened during Asia and Europe. So we'll see what happens here. Market is down. NASDAQ is down 115 points about. We just rejected VWAP on this 5-minute candle. Market will be opening in 7 minutes. Oh, let's celebrate. I think Tiger Sleep. Are you still in chat? I think it's Tiger Sleep that told us in chat this morning that you got a big payout from your expert account. Yay, you're here. Congratulations. Everyone type W in chat. Let's celebrate Tiger Sleep.
Awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah, congratulations. So with the weekly promo right now, it is if you buy a Starter Plus account and or an expert account, once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. So it's an awesome reward. Make sure you use code YouTube for that to help support our channel and our programming. And it's up to three times you can use that code.
And you can use it like if you're a first-time user, the first one you buy is 50% off, right?
I'm not sure. Let me confirm that. I thought that promo ended last Sunday, but let me confirm that. Yeah, that's a great one though. We love new traders joining our community.
I'm here to clarify.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And I want to, Barbie knows the plans in the industry very well. So I want to ask her about the pass one, get one. But for new users, if you have never been with us before, could you drop a 1 in the chat just so we can get a sense of people who've never been MyFunded customers before? We're going to talk to you, new users. If you've never been with us before, as a little welcome gift, a little bonus, you can go ahead and use code KICKOFF50, and that will get you 50% off any plan. Woo! Half off. No activation fees ever. Rules set up for you. I see some ones in there. Now is your chance. Code KICKOFF50, and I'll drop it in the chat to get you 50% off of any plan. And then, as Terry was just saying, right now we have the pass one get one promo going. We tried to be creative here, and what can we do to give back and to serve the community. And so, as Terry said, whenever you pass an eval, you're going to get another eval for free for 30 days. Simple as that. You can use as many resets as you need to. You can take as long as you want if you need to keep trying for 6 months. The resets, the timeline, you will get your free eval. Barbie,
I wanted to clarify this the other day too. So it's as long as you have that account going, no matter how long, you don't have to pass it this week. You can keep working on it as long as you need to, and you'll still get that extra later.
100%.
Right?
If you need to use resets, whatever it is, yes. What do you think of that one, Barbie?
I've actually never heard of this one before. So I thought that was really cool. That's why I was clarifying it the other day. I was like, wait a minute, because that's a pretty cool deal. So it's a nice reward. I mean, you already want to have that reward for passing an account, but then you get an extra one. So I don't know. Hopefully that's a good incentive to trade it responsibly and keep that one going and not gamble it, because here's the thing. Passing the account is just part of it. Everyone wants to pass an account so you can get a funded account. But what's your plan with the funded account when you get there? It's really good to develop that plan before or while you're in your eval, so that when you get to the funded, you're not going to lose that one.
Yeah, someone asked, sorry to interrupt, someone asked me about these glasses. I think they're called, oh Lord. They're called RA Optics. Sorry, I don't know. Tanya got me a pair. They come with like a daylight ones. So you put these on like when it's like not sundown, and then you put the red ones on when it's like nighttime. So it protects you against blue light and stuff like that.
The red ones have got to look totally cool.
Oh, I saw you on Tanya's stream the other day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how was that? It was pretty cool.
It was great. I felt honored to be the first guest in the
studio. It was so different, man. No.
Yeah. A live studio performance. But all right. I'm interrupting. Can I do the giveaway? I haven't done a giveaway for so long. I used to do them all.
Yes, you sure can.
Is that okay, chat? Should we let Luke do one for old time's sake?
I
think they like that idea.
Is going to be a loud and proudly announced code on the screen. The next one will be a randomized picker, and then we'll have some sneaky codes throughout the programming. We got 6 rounds of giveaways over the next 4 hours here, so stay tuned. The rules of the road are simple. 1, you must be subscribed to this YouTube channel to be eligible to win. Our incredibly advanced AI will match your username to your account and all the databases and that sort of thing. Okay. And again, must be a subscriber to be eligible to win. 2, you're going to have to type quickly. So we're going to flash up the code, and some of you are going to win, and some of you are going to be a little too slow. So with that, I hope you're prepared. I hope you had time to subscribe to the channel. I hope you had time to share the channel. That helps you win the code. Because emotionally, you're more in the game if you shared the channel. Code on the screen now. We are on air. 51 free resets going out to you all. 51. I see the chat slowing down and stopping. We are on air. 51. Look at that. You all asked for a giveaway before the open. We delivered a giveaway before the open. You asked for more creative promotions. We delivered for you the pass one, get one with code YouTube. You asked us to come back every day, and we come back every day. If you got it, please let us know in the chat. If you didn't get it, be a good sport and congratulate those who did. And Terry, I'll pass it back to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Luke. We love it when you visit. Come visit often. All right. Market is about to open. Oh, it's
Here
open.
it goes. Ding, ding,
Here
ding,
it goes.
ding, ding.
Ding, 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 ding. We are hovering around VWAP. Oh, it's pushing higher. It looks like it might want to do this full gap fill, about 77 points to unchanged. So, Nick, you typically wait like 10, 15 plus minutes?
Yeah, especially after seeing what happened overnight, which is nothing. I just kind of want to see confirmation because like this range has been like this for the past like 10, 11 hourly candles. So like I definitely want to wait for a move out of like a range high or low, preferably like a close above, and then get it. The only way I probably would have participated is if we would have swept this low and then started creating like a wick and then started pushing higher. Create like an SMT or something. That's why I have this one running this low and this one not. But either way, it's just hard for me to believe that like we run this daily, like after Monday's big day, we go lower than that for the rest of the week. And then I just think we push higher. You know, we're bullish. Usually when price below like midnight open, I'm bullish. It's usually a go for me. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for a little bit more confirmation though, preferably like an hourly close. But I caught a good trade yesterday too, right at it was like 9:45, and that kind of set the tone for the week. So maybe just get 1 or 2 more base hits for the week. I know Thursday's a holiday, so it's already short. So not gonna try to push the needle too much today, especially before FOMC.
Okay, so it sounds like you typically trade like just a few times throughout the week.
Yeah, 2 to 3 setups per week. That's pretty much it. One and done is usually what I do for the day. I'll come back in if like maybe I'm wrong early and I was just like early, but like I'll rarely ever like go bullish and then go bearish. Like it's usually okay, I went bullish and I got stopped out. Maybe it wants to just run a low before going higher, and then that's typically it. But for this, you know, since this is the 9 a.m. candle, we have equities open here. I definitely want to see us close above this high at 10 a.m. because if not, then we're probably most likely to do what we've been doing until we do that. If that makes sense. Close above, stay in the range.
Yeah. With news tomorrow, we could just chop around. NASDAQ is about 93 points, still in the red. I did hop into a long playing for a gap fill. I have no idea. We'll see. The smaller the gap, the more likely it will fill. So that is what I'm thinking. Also, with the context of the retail sales being worse than expected, maybe with the news tomorrow, market might be thinking better chances of lowered interest rates. Yeah, we'll see. Jan said FOMO entry. No, this is based on gap fill idea, and I am in 1 micro, you guys, so not too bad. I am not full porting this morning. I promise.
Not yet.
Not yet. Speaking of full porting, Barbie, how's the ninja trading competition going?
It's good. I haven't really checked in on it this morning much, to be honest. Just I got up a little bit later, but they have been killing it. There's a bunch. So it's $25,000 sim, and I saw some people are up over $100,000. So absolutely killing it.
Whew, holy smokes. And it's only Tuesday. Does the competition end Friday? Or
no, it's through tomorrow. So
Okay.
we're gonna have a winner before the holiday.
Very exciting. Yes, everyone, Bull Barbie is hosting the current ninja trading competition. So you can go check out that leaderboard. It's really fun. A bunch of our community members with MyFundedFutures, they are in it and competing. So let's celebrate some more. I see that I missed Peter Pete. Are you still here? We have to celebrate a payout that you received, I heard. Any other celebrations? Drop it in chat if you recently passed an eval or you recently got a payout. We want to celebrate you. Good morning, DH Acquisitions. Says, yay, Peter. Happy birthday, TJ. It is TJ's birthday.
Nice.
I will say gold's probably, if you guys trade gold futures, gold's probably looking the best right now. I completely overlooked it with everyone just being ES and then Q traders and most of that, like majority of the time. Myself,
we have a lot of gold traders here actually. So if you
if you want to share,
yeah,
let's share your gold chart.
Yeah, so I had this marked out before open, just got carried away here, but this daily gap right here was something I was watching. I wanted to see price come into it last night. It did, obviously, and I wanted to see us displace higher, creating some more another gap here. And on the lower time frames, you can look for like a buy model to target these highs, because gold's, I don't know anyone who'd want to short gold, at least just unless it's just like short term for it to lower to go higher. But I am watching to see what happens here. Maybe like another run lower on the lower time frames before pushing higher. But I do want to see this gap right here get respected right here and then push up to here. So yeah, if any war news comes in, then gold will probably pump. So yeah, no, I think gold chart probably looks the best at the moment compared to like NQ and ES, because although we're only 6 minutes into the open, that hourly candle hasn't really moved as much as we thought. Not a whole lot of volatility. That can change, but I think gold's probably like my top thing at the moment.
Yeah, gold's been on the move. Those contracts are big.
They are. They do have micros. So if it's your first time, look at the micros.
Nick, do you trade micros too?
Yeah, I'll trade micros. Yeah, I find it easy to like take partials with my there's no difference between taking 20 micros and 2 minis. And I feel like majority of people don't take like profit taking. They don't go into it as much as they should. Like when price hits 2R for example, like they'll take 50% off. And I feel like you should be taking like more off. Let's just say someone wanted to go long right here, right? But like if you take 50% off because you took 2 minis and you're taking one off, let's say you're up $1,000, you're really only up 500, and then the next trade that you're risking will be 500 and you lose it. You see what I mean? Like you're not really gaining anything with your wins. So I feel like if you can take more micros, like 20 micros, you take off 12 to 15 at 2R, you're taking off 70 to 80%. Whereas like you can only, do 0, 50% or 100 with a couple of minis, you know what I mean? Because otherwise, just the sizing issue. So yeah, I trade like 90% of the time I'm trading micros, 20 30 micros on NQ, things like that. It's just, I find it so much easier to take partials. The only thing I don't like is something like yesterday on my ES trade I took long was it on the 5-minute chart, it wicked down on my execution screen, but on TradingView it did not. So it was like weird. I think it had a lot to do with like the September contract being adjusted and things like that. But that is sometimes like the micro chart won't be as accurate as like the continuous or the mini chart or whatever. So yeah, I love micros to answer your question.
Do you typically look for 1 to 2 risk reward?
Yeah, typically 1 to 2. Like if let's just say if this is my draw for the morning and 2's right here, I'll take majority off here, but I will definitely leave something for 3R, or it could be 3.5 or 4 if I feel really good about this high or low getting ran to in the session. Not always though. Like if I don't feel like, if I was to trade NQ right now and put on a risk, I wouldn't be too aggressive with where I anticipate price going because it hasn't moved a whole lot. So like, why am I going to demand something after of NQ since it hasn't done anything for me yet? But like back in April when the markets were very volatile and everything, when you had 200-point 1-minute candles, then yeah, I'll let it run a little bit. And you definitely had to trade micros then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Volatility. Speaking of that, how is the VIX? What are we at, Barbie, for the VIX?
It has been dropping. I'm arguing with the chart over here. But it's like not cooperating. So this is what I would think I was saying. It looked melty the other day. So that's a good verb again today. It is melting down. So that'll help support, price moving higher. So that's on watch for sure.
Ooh, excellent. Good for my long with my 1 micro for a gap fill. Keep melting, VIX. Anyone in any longs, type L. If you're in a short, type S in chat. Let's see where we're at. Let's do a poll too. I think a poll would be good. Let's see if people are thinking bullish or bearish today.
So far, I'm watching NASDAQ kind of lag this move that the VIX and the ES are moving to. So I'm watching that.
Dell is in short. Uh-oh. I said uh-oh because I'm in a long. But
yeah, and Dell's rocking the competition. So
I know. Dell, how are you doing in the competition? And Hunter. Good morning, Hunter. Okay, I see shorts, longs. Kind of a mix.
How many trades do you guys usually take per week, per day?
Oh, I'm trying to get my number down.
Really? I feel like it's all personality driven, right? Like like I know people that are very what's the word? Like, they do a lot of things in a day in terms of like the mind is like always moving, so they trade a lot. Like they'll trade like the lower time frames more, whereas like I'm more laid back. So like I'll watch the hourly until I see a level get hit. I'll drop to the 5-minute, see if I get an entry. But like I feel like it's different for each, depending on your personality. You know what I mean?
Oh,
well, it depends on the day too. So some days I'll just have like everything set up, and other days I'm just struggling to find a single setup. So, and I think as an early trader, you expect to be able to find a trade every single day. So that was something that I had to realize, that I'm not going to find a great setup every day, and that doesn't mean I'm a shit trader. That just means I need to come back tomorrow, do it again.
Yeah, market is pushing lower. We're negative 112 points about. Trying to trade below that 5-minute opening candle. What are you thinking for the 15-minute orb, Barbie? Are you thinking you might take it today, or? Ooh.
We'll see.
This is making me nervous about my long. It's okay though. I'm going to let this thing run.
There's a lot of criticism when I show it that my stop is too wide, which I don't understand because it's like $150 on micros, but we'll see.
Oh, it's okay. They don't know.
They don't want the trade, right?
Right. Well, they don't know your overall strategy. Yeah. It's easy to look
I
at
put it in the
trade
same
have
prop
ideas.
account, and the prop account is up. So,
Awesome.
Yeah.
well, in props, it's not too much risk, in my opinion.
Yes.
But
No, not with props.
Yeah,
So
gold's probably the number one thing I'm watching. Like that's about it. NQ and ES are just like 15-minute, like you said, is definitely pushing lower.
it is pushing lower.
I think that there's a lot of risk of ranging on the day too, though, which is not good for an orb trade. So it is okay to wait. It is okay to skip it if it's
A
just
lot of people
not
trade that
lining
now.
up.
Was that opening range breakout?
Yep.
Yeah. I wanted to teach. I wanted to have something that we could do every day here if we wanted to. But yeah, some days. So the likeliness of it working, we need a breakout. It's a breakout trade. So if the markets, there's a lot of really mixed signals, it's not as likely to happen. But yeah, since it happens at the same time every day, it's something that we can take every day if we want to. We are getting a decent range on this.
How do you personally trade that opening range breakout? Like if the market's breaking out bearish, but like the market on the daily and the weekly time frame is like super bullish, like would you still trade an opening range breakout bearish?
The whole idea is it's systematic and it's completely based on probabilities, and you don't overthink it. You just take it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what I figured out is taking a 1-to-1 on the NASDAQ, and of course, the past couple of weeks it hasn't been as good because we've been ranging more, but taking that 1-to-1 and then managing it where I move the stop at halfway to the target has worked out well for me in general. So
Yeah,
the account was down that I was putting it in. Yeah, I mean it was up before I started really doing it on every day, and then we did take some losses, but it's back up. So.
That's good.
Double checking. Yeah, all of I've been putting it in MyFundedFutures, and those are all positive. So.
All right, should we set our next bounty? What do you guys think, chat? Type yes if you would like to set the next bounty in chat. Type Y. Elevator down here, Roman Art says, oh, I know.
Yeah, I would like for it to create like some sort of SMT here, like NQ maybe go lower, run that low from 6 a.m. ES stays like the stronger one, create a divergence there at the lows, and then push higher. But like anything can happen in this market for sure.
I really love using volume for divergence plays, and this is why I'm a little bit handicapped this week on roll week because the volume's messed up. It's split between the two contracts. So that makes it a little bit harder for me to get like some of these really prime setups. I struggle with that a little bit.
Okay, so chat says yes. Everyone does want to set the next bounty. Let's get our views up, you guys. How are we doing on likes? Am I seeing this right? It says 224 likes. Is that right?
Better not be.
Can that be right?
Shame, chat. Shame.
Chat. Everyone smash the like button. Smash the like button. Let's get those likes up. Let's get the likes up and let's get our views up to 1,100. I like that number for a Tuesday. All right. Our bounty is set for 1,100 views. And let's get those likes up to 500.
What do you guys usually do on a normal, like when you guys are, where you guys stream 9 to 10:30, 9 to 10?
An hour and a half. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are doing, how many usually views are in here on average?
Oh, it varies so much.
Yeah, it varies. I think like every day.
Sometimes I watch Tanya's and it's like all like one day it's 4,200, the next day it's like 25. It just depends on the day too.
Yeah, it just depends on the day and depends on if Barbie wants to be Santa Claus for the day and say, okay, let's be really nice. Yeah. All right, market, how are we doing right now? We are down about 100-ish points. We are coming back to VWAP. That's awesome.
Everything's looking so mixed. This is why I'm having a hard time. Like even like taking an orb right now is everything is not lining up. I'm struggling with this and with any entries right now. I'm going to be totally honest.
That's
because
probably
VIX,
your answer then, right? Like,
yeah, like VIX is this is some of the ways, and I don't know, maybe this is a lesson for you. There might be another trader right now that sees some crystal clear thing, but I've got my playbook, and stuff's not making sense to me right now. And when that happens, and like I usually just say it's not my moment right now, and I will have my moment. That's what I've talked about this before. Like some days are just, a lot of days are really boring, and then I'll have just like that massive win day when everything aligns and everything hits. But when I've got VIX moving down and the market's trying to move up, but then they're all kind of moving different directions. The Russell's surging. This is kind of a little bit of a mess, kind of messy. I'm not super loving it today, and I think it's okay to realize that some days it's just not lining up properly.
especially like when Asia makes up like majority of the range, right?
Yeah,
I feel like
and
the New York AM session can just be kind of choppy a little bit.
we talked about it earlier, where we've got FOMC tomorrow, but we've also got all this geopolitical stuff going on. It complicates stuff a little bit, and it's okay to recognize that, I think. And sometimes, this is kind of like the curse of being a streamer. But it's like as soon as my time is over on my stream, all of a sudden I'll have like that great setup when we have the European close or something, and that happens sometimes too.
Someone's that. What's the fruit?
The fruit. I don't know. Did we talk about the fruit yet? Is it too early?
I finally got the chat pulled up, so like I can read it now.
Yeah. Oh, it's just these stress balls, and sometimes
okay.
when market
I got one too.
stressful,
I got a stress ball right here.
Let me see your stress ball.
That's a stress ball.
Well,
you
I
have
got a
one
little more
too.
creative. Mine's a stress banana.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It looks like a real banana.
It does. I thought it was like a real
You
banana.
can stretch it. You can twist it. Yeah, they get all upset when I get mad at it. They're like, "Stop doing that to your banana." But
Yeah,
I
I thought it was a real one until you like turned it
too.
the other way. I'm like, okay, that's not a real banana.
Yeah, like, "Ugh." Yeah, it's been around. Mr. Smith says he was born with stress balls.
So
we have in the Discord, we got the guys have crystal balls sometimes. So.
Oh, that's cool. Magic 8 Ball. Pine Tree Trader uses a Magic 8 Ball, which I think is fun. So the market, it just rejected VWAP. It's trading below the first 5-minute candle in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's like trying to move lower with VIX not supporting it. I don't like that. And the dollar's moving up too. We got a little bit of a mess.
Yeah. And how's ES, Barbie? Is it?
It's not doing, it's just
same thing.
Not being interesting at all. But that happens when we've got the roll going sometimes too.
Yes.
Let's share this stream here. Copy the link.
You're sharing a stream, Nick?
Yeah, I'm sending it to some people.
Oh, awesome. Speaking of sharing, everyone in chat, make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you subscribe. We are almost to 15,000 subscribers. This is so awesome. And then make sure you share the stream too. Let's get our likes up. Let's get those views up. How are we doing on our bounty? Let me check. Okay, we are at 882 viewers, and our bounty is set at 1,100 for the next giveaway. Yes, I see the likes going up. Keep smashing the like button, you guys. And the like goal for the bounty is 500. We can do it. I know we can. 961 viewers. Awesome. Let's go, you guys. It is Terrific Tuesday.
Now the market is trying to pick back up. So this makes more sense with the VIX.
It's going. Bob says, keep sharing and liking. Yes. Woohoo! That one's for you, Bill E.
If we start holding, if we don't go back below the 60-63 level, that's pretty bullish. I like that.
Someone just passed 2 experts in the
nice.
Congratulations. Who was that? We have to celebrate you. I missed that one.
You know what we haven't done during our hour in a while is celebrating the payouts too. Got to bring back more celebrations in the morning. Not let all the later guys have all the fun.
Yeah. No, our show. We have to have all the fun.
I didn't even show my stressed eggplant yet.
You have a stressed eggplant?
It's a stressed eggplant. This one's more fun because it's more stretchy. That stresses everyone out too when I stretch it out.
Zohib.
Oh man.
Zohib Makani. Congratulations.
How many of those do you have?
I just have the banana and the
Eggplant,
eggplant
banana?
for now. I should start a collection though. I guess I have. It's already begun. All right, let's see if the market can actually start moving. The ES is trying.
It's trying.
NASDAQ is lagging right now.
Yeah. Someone just said Nick just realized what he stepped into.
Did you know what you signed up for? Fruit salad in the morning?
Oh man.
There must be a bird outside.
That's funny. No, you gotta keep these streams interesting, especially when price action is kind of like what it is today. You know, you gotta like, you know,
Yeah,
gotta be.
I mean, it's red candle, green candle, whatever, however you want to do it.
That is funny though.
Yeah, so we're just shopping around in that first 5-minute opening candle. It is setting up for a choppy day. This to me does not look like a trend day. Just kind of barcoding.
Gold's actually not even moving as much as I thought. Like it's not going lower or anything. It's just not moving as you know, nothing's really volatile at all.
Let's look at the hourly. You love volatility?
I said it's not a whole lot of volatility in the markets. Yeah. I mean,
I like volatility. That's where the money is.
Yeah, I do love volatility. Yeah.
Me too. So this is the hourly chart. Hourly chart, we are definitely barcoding. And let's look.
That's what I was watching though. If we break those kind of barcode highs, maybe we can get something cooking here. Because we have the highs from overnight to test, and we have the highs from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
If this thing will move, like those are such obvious little targets, but I like it.
So right here, Barbie, you're thinking if we can break above here or break below here for the shorts.
Yeah, I mean, well, on ES, it's holding the 60-63 level, which I like because that was that's a swing high from the end of May, so that's kind of a little level that I've been watching, and we keep reacting to it.
Yeah, so I was looking at the daily on QQQ, and holy smokes, we are so close to making all new highs.
We are so close.
So close. It's hard to believe with everything that we're hearing in the news.
That's the thing. It's like it really feels like anything could happen. Oh, we're just getting some happy candles here.
All right. Market is around 84 points negative since yesterday's close in NQ.
Yeah, it's still looking like it wants to move higher.
It does. Yeah. We're trading above VWAP. This is the 5-minute opening candle. Let's see if we can.
The problem with the orb is, for the orb, we have to break that crazy wick on NASDAQ. But if we're looking to move higher, maybe we can put that one on since it's actually, it's supporting a move higher. Is starting to. We got VIX moving lower, and all of the indexes are moving higher as well.
Nice.
Need more caffeine.
Our community voted, and the majority are bullish today.
Oh, I like that. Did
you vote yet, Nick?
69% bullish.
I did. Yeah, I did bullish.
69% bullish. Did you vote bullish? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Barbie, what are you thinking? Bullish, bearish?
It's looking more bullish if we can keep pulling this. I mean, overall, I don't think the market, unless we have like major war news, I don't think the market's going to make any major statement about we should be pricing super higher or super lower before FOMC tomorrow. The annoying thing is we're not getting a rate change yet. We're really looking forward to the next meeting or the one past that. So we're not even expecting fireworks tomorrow. We just have to get that done. Like we have to get that over with.
Okay. Good day to sell options tomorrow, maybe, with just like waiting for the news to come out. How's the options trading going, Barbie?
Well, I actually didn't do much today. So like on swing trading, I'm in the middle of nowhere. So I look at the ATR ranges, like channels, median in there. I'm usually using the 21 EMA. We're between all of that right now. So we're nowhere. It's not a good spot to put on a swing trade. I did close a swing trade end of last week. That I was happy with that. So we'll see if I can get another chance to re-add here. And we do have the end of day trade. It's really hard when Trump is tweeting stuff at the end of the day, but we do still have that one that we're putting on. But the options have been a little bit slower. I've been waiting to. Well, I've been looking at the. I've been trying to get a chance to look through all the order flow. There's been a lot of bullish moves coming in on some of the tech stocks, and so I've been wanting to look into that a little bit more because sometimes like. So sometimes it's way early. I saw some major calls on Meta a few quarters ago, and it just took a while for that move to really play out. But you can find a lot of things watching the flow where the millions are going in, and you can see it on the option chain. All of a sudden, there will be something that has, 5 times the open interest as everything around it. And I pay attention to those a lot.
So interesting. You did have Meta as chart of the day before. What are you thinking for chart of the day today?
So I actually, you brought this one up the other day, but I didn't have a ton of time.
Oh, market's pushing higher.
Yeah, before we do that, I tagged into this orb thing. So
into the orb?
Yeah.
We can share Barbie's screen.
We'll talk about charts later.
It's going. All right, it's trying to fill the gap. 60 points for a gap fill to go.
And Nick, since you're new to this little orb setup, this is the 1-to-1. Basically, I don't like do it to the tick, but it's roughly a 1-to-1 for what the 15-minute opening range was. And then if we get up to halfway through it, then I'll trail. I just keep it so simple. There's a lot of different nuances that you can put on this, and I will, but for our purposes here, we're keeping it super simple.
No, yeah,
I showed yesterday one of the ways that I trail once we're inside of it, but
so by 9:30 you just take a long, or
no, I'm waiting for that range to break. So we have the range set, and then
I was actually just about to say something like that. I actually kind of like that, since if you look at ES and NQ, NQ ran the 9-10 low and ES did not. If I was going to say, if we got close above like the 9:30 candle, which is that one you have, I would like a long, like right here, actually, on NQ or ES to the high.
I'm looking on, I took it on the MNQ. So not lately, but when I took a larger sampling of dates, NASDAQ was more likely to reach a bigger target relative to that opening range. It was more likely to get the 1-to-1 than ES. So that's why I've been trading it. But lately, it's been taunting me, and ES has been making the move, but that's okay.
We need large sample sizes, right? Like it's not just 10 trades or even 20 trades. It's actually like hundreds.
Yeah. I had someone come at me real angry. Like, I did this 10 times. I was like, well, you didn't even do my rules, and you need more than 10 times. But
well, yeah, 100%. 10 times, it can be totally random with the probabilities of how the trades fall. And it could be just that you get a losing streak for 10 times, and
the orb trade's it's a little bit different than the way I like to trade, because I like to trade a lot of reversals and things too. And I like to buy support and sell resistance. And so the orb actually puts me outside of my comfort zone a little bit, because we're buying a high. And ideally, we have another good high that we can target. And I showed those on ES earlier, where we have the overnight high where we've moved down from. And then we have yesterday's high. So we still have some nearby targets that we can go for, which makes this make sense. But it does kind of put me outside of my comfort zone when we're buying a high or a low from a range. But that's why I have all the numbers and everything behind it. So like I was saying, like some days it's a lot easier to find those discretionary setups and things like the little things that you're always looking for. But sometimes it doesn't really work out that well. And if you still want to get a hit in, you can use a systematic trade. Doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Sometimes like it's not a good day, and sometimes even a systematic trade will get chopped up. But
You mind
And
if I
like
share my screen just before I gotta head out here, guys? Stream from my Discord here at 10 o'clock. Would you mind if I showed my screen just to kind of show people what I'm kind of watching for the rest of the? I usually just trade like 11:15, but I actually think we get a move up from here. Like I like Barbie's position a lot. I would like to see. I don't know why my screen's lagging so bad, but
I like the volume on the September contracts. It's kind of annoying because I want to see it on everything, but that's okay.
Yeah, I would like to see this order block get held up. I mean, some people call it a breaker because it's the move up before the move down that takes liquidity. I would like to see a move from here. If you're willing to take a trade and you just kind of need to take one, maybe for like inactivity purposes, this could be something to take. I don't like the lack of displacement between the candles. Like for me, I like to see gaps in here, and I don't see a whole lot of gaps. And that means the market is very indecisive. So I don't love it enough to put on any risk. So but I do think we go higher. So that's the one thing I'm really watching. But yeah, I gotta head out.
That's the tricky thing is even if you have that bias, is like trying to find your actual entry can be tricky some days.
Yeah, no, that's the hardest part of some of the days for me is like I know where price is going, but like price action on the lower time frames just isn't supporting that yet. And it's hard, days like this are just are tough, but the main thing is just get to 11, just get to 11:30 or whenever you stop trading and then just come back the next day. That's the hardest part. But I gotta head out here. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. And yeah, excited. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. This is great. Like I'm gonna have to upgrade my stress ball collection though.
For sure.
Maybe get like a golf club or something, or maybe get a stress ball with my dogs on it or something. I think that's probably the
Cute.
best.
You don't want to squish your dogs.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess.
Abuse fruit, not dogs.
Well, thanks for coming, Nick, and we will see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Take it easy.
You too. Barbie, we're both on the same side of the trade today.
Yay, good.
Finally. We were on opposite sides for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Market is still just kind of chopping around. We are negative 32 points in the red in NASDAQ. We are trading above VWAP though. We're trading within that 5-minute opening range candle.
Someone was asking me why I don't switch to look at volume on SPY and QQQ, and I'm just going to answer it real quick because I'm not looking at these volume candles. I have some volume tools that do not have data for options and for the ETFs. It's just I have my fancy data that I pay for is on futures. So it's not these volumes. I'm looking at it's my level 2 and level 3 data. That is a good thought though. If I had like higher tier data on those, you could potentially look at that. But I'm looking for divergences in the buy and sell flow data basically. And on the September contracts is bullish, but it can be a lot of people are buying that because they've just exited out of the June contracts.
Roll week. I was thinking about that last night when the market was selling off. I'm like, oh man, it's roll week. I don't know.
For me, I'm okay with being more cautious 4 weeks out of the year because there's lots of reasons to be cautious in the market. And we talked about that the other day. Like I had gotten to a point where I didn't want to take trades, but obviously I'm taking trades, but
being selective, even though you are taking trades.
You can be selective and just like that's part of the context. So I'm always thinking, what's the context of this? And That is my volume divergence. I have to be a lot more suspicious than I usually am. But I'm also watching VIX, and VIX is moving lower. And so far, everything's kind of supporting this long. May not get a big move out of it. Might be trailing it, but so far, I like it.
Okay. Makes me feel confident about my long. Hey, Luke.
I see Luke.
What's up?
Do we have
What's
gifts for the people?
We have gifts.
Yay.
Woohoo!
Can I tell you about something fun that I'm going to do too? Yes,
us.
you can. All right.
Yes, you can.
3 days from now, I'm going to be departing onto a honeymoon. I'm going to be in Greece and Italy, and we're going to be doing some vacation live stream promos. How about
Does your
that?
wife know about this?
This sounds amazing.
No, she definitely does not. I did that when I walked into the church, and she found it like 2 weeks later, and she's like, "You were late because you were filming a promotional video."
Oops.
I'm like, that's not why I was late. I happened to be late and happened to be filming that. You know.
It's your dedication to our community, Luke. We love it.
Yes, the people who show up for us every day. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Because if you want to find those, flash promos that are going to happen, there'll be a couple of them. You must be a subscriber. Also, I'm going to put a link in the chat now. Link is in there, which will entitle you to win a 50K Starter Plus account. It's going to be a randomized winner selection. All you have to do is fill out the form. You have to answer one question, which is what you're looking forward to learning from Nick, or what type of content you think Nick should cover, given the first day or so that you've had with him and starting to get a flavor for what he does. All of these responses help us to build MFTV to be better for you. We don't want to just be up there in an ivory tower saying this is how we view the world, this is how it's going to go, but we want you all to be a part of the process as well. So answer that question, help us help you. And in a little while here, I'm going to come back and we're going to spin the wheel and pick some randomized winners. How's that?
Sounds fantastic. And we are close to the first bounty. Everyone keeps smashing the like button. Oh my God. The likes are up over 700. Awesome job, guys. So we just have to get the views up to 1,100 is what we set it at. We're so close. Everyone keep sharing the stream and smashing the like button. Let's get there. It's fun to have Luke here. I feel like it's Santa Claus coming to town.
That's why I saw him down there and I was like, what presents are we getting?
MyFundedFutures, thank you so much for all of the giveaways. It makes the day fun to be able to give out free accounts. We give out accounts throughout the day, so everyone stay tuned and hang out with us and join our community. Interact and chat. Trading does get lonely. I encourage everyone who's listening to participate in chat and in our community. MyFundedFutures is also on Reddit. I will ask someone to drop that into chat. We are growing that community on Reddit. Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. 10 Trading is in the house too. We've got a great crew. Good morning. Our long is looking pretty good. Yours is at about break even.
Yeah, mine's just kind of getting started here, but we'll work with it.
Okay, market is wanting to fill this gap. We are down about 50-ish points in NASDAQ. It's trying to go for this gap fill. Back to unchanged price from yesterday's New York closing price. Someone did ask me about that, like unchanged from what price? And typically it's unchanged from New York's close. Who else is long right now? Type L in chat if you are long. Our community has been really good with the voting, bullish or bearish. We have some great traders in our community. I love it.
It's a little sharper than the others.
Yeah. Because
we got the good traders. We got the ones who win.
We do. 100%. I want to say because we're the best. Is that? But then I'm like,
would
oh,
there
that
be
doesn't
another
sound
reason?
humble.
Yeah, there goes Terry aura farming.
Oh, it's going. So my long is in the money by about $55. It's just one micro. 50 more points, and then I am going to take profit. I actually have my take profit at 22,151. So 30 more points. Hopefully we get there. I'm going to pull up my
I want to get through. I see this 20 or 120 level on NASDAQ. I think once we get through there, hopefully this thing can. Well, we've got an ES level coming up there at 60.82 also. So that's the ES level I'm watching.
Okay.
But it could be one of those days where it just kind of keeps walking up for a little bit. That would be fine with me. We can look
like
at that.
the slow staircase.
The only thing is when we have those slow grind walk ups, you got to trail them as soon as you can put your, especially with stops and break even, because we've got we have war news that could come out at any time, and I haven't actually seen any big Trump news, but there was last night, so I'm expecting a follow up to come out at some point.
Right.
There we go. We're getting through that 20 level, that 120 level.
We never know when headline news is going to come out. But like, I'm with you. I kind of feel this anticipation, like something is going to come out soon, some type of tweet, something.
Because I'm not like expecting, I mean, it could happen, but I'm not expecting us to really challenge the all-time highs until we get through some news that we already know is on the agenda today.
Mm-hmm. Bounty hit. IMI says, good job, you guys. We have 1,200 viewers viewing live right now. Thank you all. And we have 755 likes. Awesome job. Terrific Tuesday. So we don't know when a code exactly will drop. Once we hit a bounty, it unlocks the treasure. And then the gift, the surprise, will just fall from the sky. So it could
make it rain.
Make it rain. It can happen in the next minute. It can happen in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We're not sure. But when it drops, we will announce it if you're listening. But it is best to watch so that you're ready. And they are limited usually. So, I mean, not usually, always. They're limited. So you have to be really fast. And if you don't get one, don't be sad because we do giveaways throughout the entire day. Yes. And we also have the form. Make sure you fill out the form for a chance to win a free account. And we will be doing the wheel. I hope it probably won't happen during our segment, the wheel, right? But it's like my favorite. Maybe tomorrow. You never know, though. Luke might pop in.
Morning crew
anytime.
Chat. Get your morning crew here so we can get these earlier.
Yeah. So
help
we can
us
do.
you.
I know, right? Okay.
So the form that was dropped is how you register for the wheel. I see that question every day. So let's make sure that anyone who's new sees that. The link in chat, there's that form. That is the wheel form.
Is it pinned to the top? Oh, there it is. Abhishek, thank you. Just drop the form. Fill out the form, and that is how you enter for a chance to win a free account.
This is for those of you that get frustrated with the code running out in 2 seconds, because that's about how long they last. You can do both, of course, too. You don't have to be limited, but
I'd say even they go really, really fast. So what can happen too is someone can enter the code and it can say code accepted, but you haven't checked out yet. So by the time you check out, other people already checked out before you. So sometimes that can happen. Just a heads up. Just got to be really fast.
Terry knows from sniping all those eBay auctions.
I have tried to sell stuff on eBay before, and it was fun. I've sold only a few things, and yeah, it was fun. I'm like, oh, someone bought this from me. The shipping part is kind of the chore to have to ship things. Have you sold anything on eBay before?
Yeah, I
Barbie?
used to all the time. And where I used to live, and we were actually like in Austin, they had like we had a mailman like that, you know, actually walks around, and so he would always I could just schedule the packages to be picked up. But we don't have that luxury now that I'm like out in the middle of nowhere. So it's not as fun.
Oh,
It used to be great. Like the mailman would just come pick stuff up from the doorstep and it would disappear. I didn't have to go anywhere. But
yeah. It's nice though. If you're in the middle of nowhere, it's quiet.
yeah, I'm out here for a reason.
Yeah. All right, you guys, tune in. Code can drop anytime. We don't know when. Market is just kind of chopping around. We are negative 59 points in the NASDAQ. It did make a new New York high during the New York session for New York at 22,133. We are pulling back, going back within that 5-minute opening range candle. Ugh.
I'm watching the ES too because the ES is that the high? Yeah. So the ES high, let me turn my orb tool on here. We've stayed above it on ES. So again, ES is being a little more peppy. I noticed that earlier. And yeah, it's doing that game again. But that, I mean, it could still make it. The NASDAQ's been lagging all morning. So it's still lagging. So if you're in that lagging sister play, I'd made a video about that. I have a really old video about that. I don't know if it's still up, but I had called it the lagging sister because I always think of the indexes like siblings, and they're either going to cooperate or not today. And when they cooperate, we can get a lot more done. And if one of them's lagging behind, sometimes you just picture them grabbing hands and pulling that one forward, and that's potentially what we could get on NASDAQ down here. But we'll see. Again, like the day before FOMC is usually choppy. So that's not unexpected if we end up in a lot of chop.
Okay, good day for me to sell a spread. I sold a spread yesterday and I made like $100. I was like, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it felt good. Okay, everyone, tune in. We don't know when a code may drop, but it may drop soon. Just heads up. Good job, everyone.
They keep us on our toes too with the codes. It's always a surprise to everyone.
It's always a surprise, exactly. And our mods don't know either, you guys. so please don't give them a hard time. Okay. Karan said, could you please go over spread selling? What is it? I think that would be a very long segment. It's a great question. Briefly,
I can try to do a quick answer if you want me to.
Yes, please do, Barbie.
Okay, so do you know what option contracts are? You have to know what an option contract is. But so you can buy an option contract, just like you buy a stock, but you can also sell it. If you sell it, you need a massive amount of margin to cover basically the infinite amount that can go down. Because if you sell something, if you short it, if the price can keep moving up into infinity, and if you short it, you have to buy it back for whatever it's moved up to, which could be infinitely higher. So in order to keep that margin risk down, you sell that one, but then you also buy another one to cover that risk, and it reduces your potential profit, but it even more so reduces your risk. And so that way you can short an option, short the market through options without carrying a massive amount of risk. So instead of buying and the money would leave your account when you buy something like a stock, you get the stock instead of the money. When you sell a spread, you get a credit, and then so that a credit is immediately in your account, but then you're short a position and you have to cover it at some point, and that's when you make profit or not.
Thank you, Barbie.
That was a good elevator pitch on spreads because I have an hour on it, but that's
like 60 seconds. Quick summary. I will say learning options does take time, and the more you hear about it, the more you learn about it, the more videos you watch about it, and the more you do it, before you know it, it's like the alphabet. You don't even think twice about it. And it just makes sense. So if anyone's learning about options and futures, just know that it takes time, and that's okay. Please don't feel like you're not smart enough, or like, oh, I'm never going to get this.
Yeah, it's another strategy. So just like buying and holding stocks is a strategy, trading futures is a strategy, prop trading futures is a strategy, option trading is a strategy. You don't have to do all of them. You can pick your favorites. There's bonds. We've barely even talked about bonds. There's all of these different things, and it's good to just be a specialist in a few that you get along with and work from there.
Yes.
But the reason that I like spreads is you can do a non-directional play on it. So I started doing iron condors and butterflies on SPX because it's like the price is not moving today. It's going to stay here. And instead of losing money on those options, I want to take that. So that's how the whole option selling and spread adventure started.
More chances to be right and more chances to win if market is just chopping around. If you're selling out of the money spreads. Well,
I mean, somebody was saying if you don't understand it, don't trade it. I think that's true for anything. Futures too. I mean, you can get laid on your butt if you don't know what you're doing in futures. But shorting anything, which is an option spread, there's going to be a short involved. You have to, I mean, like anything else, paper trade it first. Don't just go, oh, I'm just going to go do this today because I saw it on the internet. You need to go practice it.
Yes, practice is great. That is what we do with futures too. Practicing in sim with our eval accounts, and then we get moved to sim funded, which is like, I've thought of it as you're learning to ride a bike and you have training wheels on, and we still get to get paid in the sim funded environment, which is awesome. And then eventually you get to go and get a bigger bike with no wheels, with no training wheels on it. And hopefully you cruise. But if you fall over, it's okay. You can go back and put the training wheels on. The code just dropped, stress ball 53 for 53 free reset. Ding, 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 ding. The stress balls are the winners today. Good luck, y'all. Ooh, Mushin, you got it. Let us know if you got the code. John got it.
This is moving too fast for me now.
Let's see. Oh, KD
a couple of you got it.
Awesome. Cookie got it. Oh, Heather got it. Congratulations, Heather. Awesome job, guys. Well, our trade looks okay. Yours is...
It's pretty boring right now, I'm going to be honest. I would love to trail it above break even. It hasn't given us a great opportunity to do that yet. Hopefully this next little surge, you can kind of see that, I mean, this is a 5 minute. If I went down to 1 minute, you might be able to see this a little bit better. But we've got our inhale and our exhale and our inhale and our exhale and our inhale and our exhale. So hopefully we get another inhale here and market doesn't crap out on us. But that's what we need to happen for that trade.
Yes. For the slow climb higher. It's starting to put in a 3-bar. There's a 3-bar reversal happening right now.
Ugh. You don't like that, huh?
Exactly. That's how I feel, you guys. It's like, ugh. Ugh. I don't like that.
I mean, again, we've got ES is looking a little more peppy than NASDAQ. I don't know why this keeps happening to us. It's trying to psych us out. This is the way algo trading works for me too. It's trying to psych me out and get me to switch it to the other asset. And then I'll switch it to the other asset and it'll be like, ha ha, you lose again. So that's why systematic and algo trading, I just stick with the plan and beat it to death.
It's so funny you say that because when I do the erratic trading, that's what happens. Like I'll go long and then the market will flip and want to go and sell off. And then and then you flip, you lose again, and you just keep losing. Yeah, better just to stick.
We've all been there. We've all been there. We're like, it's going to go fine. It's going to go. Why is it doing this? It's time to take a break. Time to go
Exactly.
chill. Touch
I
some
think
grass, breathe some
everyone
air.
has experienced erratic trading.
And know that you're not alone. Like we all do that. We all have to conquer it.
Yep. Just one day at a time. Trading less, learning what your tilt triggers are, making sure you get enough sleep. If you're having a terrible day or the night before, sometimes it's better just to be like, hey, today is not a good day for me to even be close to the charts. Don't even open them. Don't even look at it. Go do something fun.
Somebody was asking in chat about taking the there's a lot of questions. I just lost it. But taking the stress out of some of the stuff with not having red and green on my chart. That is originally why I started coloring my charts, the pink and blue over here on Ninja. Like I've colored these things and I forget to save them. So at this point it's me being lazy, but I do actually like having the pink and blue, but that's not it. So I have these little things turned on just for the people who are concerned about the dollar amount that I'm taking, because I've had a lot of criticisms that it doesn't fit in a prop account. This clearly does. But the usually I do not have these dollar amounts on either. I'll have the tick on because for me, I want to talk, I want to think in terms of how the market's moving relatively, and so I have to know about how many ticks each move that I'm kind of going for is. So I'll keep the ticks on, but the dollar amount will kind of get in my head a little bit. I don't know. I mean, the more I trade, the less that's probably true, but turning that dollar amount and not, I mean, you can't trade your P&L. You have to trade the chart. You have to trade the candles and not how much you want to make, or it's a lot harder. So.
Yeah, a lot harder to just stay consistent with your strategy and not like become too emotional and go on tilt.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the day, are you just going to let this trade run pretty much and trail this?
Yeah, well,
not yet.
I'm not trailed yet. I haven't gotten, I mean, ES would have trailed me. That's what I'm saying. But I'm sticking with the plan. Otherwise, I can take it on both. Like that's the other option, especially since I'm doing it on micros. I could start taking it on both. Honestly, I've been trying to get this programmed and I'm just behind on life right now. So that is one of the things. It'll be a bot and then it'll be easier. But yeah, so I'll just, when I get an opportunity to trail, and I showed yesterday how I will kind of get a little cheater trail out of it sometimes by looking for another playbook entry and then trailing to that stop. So I might do that again, but just here to finish out any of these longs that want to keep running. I got a little ES runner still going too. So
very nice. Hey, Luke.
What's up? How are we doing?
Good. Barbie and I are both in longs. Chat voted for a bullish day.
Woo, 71%.
We only do what chat says. Chat said go long, so we went long.
Wouldn't a chat traded portfolio be fun?
That would be fun.
Be really fun.
That would be fun. Do a chat account. Chat controls the trade.
Yeah. And then we can give away the prize money from it, like payouts.
All right.
Right, back to chat.
Cooked up.
That would be fun.
All right. We'll see. You want to hear something else fun that I'm working on?
Do tell.
All right. We've heard the feedback loud and clear in this chat on X, on Reddit. But we want to make sure we're taking care of our loyal users and the people who have been with us for quite some time. And so we're working on a loyalty program. So stay tuned. It's going to take some time to develop it, but we have broken ground on developing a loyalty program. Because again, we care about you all, and we want to make sure everybody's well taken care of.
I saw that in chat. Someone was saying, "What if I've bought so many accounts, then shouldn't I get one?" And I think that y'all are listening to that.
We're listening. I read it all, no matter how painful it is. Okay.
They're never painful. Chat's always good.
It's hugs and kisses.
They're never, pushing any buttons.
People love it. Ethan says, "Let's go being loyal." Pigeon, hell yeah. Leslie Martin, yay. I love it.
That's how we do it.
I like the rewards.
You like the rewards. Speaking of rewards, we've got Pass One, Get One live. If you didn't already hear, you buy an eval with code YouTube. You pass the eval, you get a free eval. Pass one, get one free. You can take as long as you need to pass the eval that you purchased. You can use as many resets as you need to pass the eval that you purchased, and then you're walking home with the free eval. So that link in code is in the chat as well.
I like it.
You like it?
I love it. I don't just like it. I love it because, like Barbie mentioned earlier, I've never heard of this promo ever. I love the creative promos too. It's nice.
Ooh. All right. So with that, without further ado, is it time to say goodbye, but say hello to Ash?
Yeah,
Let's do
sadly, but we'll be back tomorrow, you guys. Come join the
I wanna
party.
see what
Keep
Ash
us
has
company
cooking.
tomorrow too.
Yeah, you
What
might have
does
something
the
for us
Ash
on this
have
day.
cooking?
Let's see it.
Let's see it. All right, Ash man. He's hiding. I always try to give him these verbal cues to join the stream, and he just hides and sits there waiting for me. I don't know what's your problem, Ash.
Hey, good morning. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Barbie and Terry are along. We just had a great first hour and a half of the day. We said hello to a new host named Nick. Nick got a taste of what it's like to be on the 9 a.m. show. I think he was shocked, but loving it, and ready to have some fun. And chat is got a long bullish on the day, is long bias on the day.
Well, glad to see we got a new host. I think Nick will do great. Very valuable individual that has been trading in the space for quite some time. So excited to see him join the show. Very excited to see what he has for us over his time with the show. I do have to say, sorry to inverse chat, but I am not looking for higher prices today. So
Okay.
might be playing a little bit of devil's advocate during my session, but that is all right.
All right, that's all right. Very good. So what, Ash, do we have to look forward to in the next little bit here?
So I'm going to go over my biases for the assets I watch. I do want to go over Dixie, NQES, and take a look at oil as well. There's been a bunch of news regarding oil recently. I just want to make sure that we're still on sides with, price action compared to the news. Sometimes the news isn't, showing the direction of price. Sometimes it just provides some volatility. So I do want to talk about the news there for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right. No, that sounds great. I'll say this one too. We've done 2 rounds of giveaways. We have an active form fill out there, randomized winners. So I'm going to drop that one in the chat again. So you got a last chance to fill out the form and be eligible for a giveaway. So we got those cooking. We've got 4 more giveaways throughout the rest of our programming today. So stay tuned, folks.
I'd love to hear that. Chat loves the giveaways. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Excited to be back on stream with everybody here. How is everybody doing today? Thanks for joining another segment with myself, Ash Trades. Feel free to call me Ash. My real name is Matt, so you'll see on all my payout certificates that my name is actually Matt. Ash Trades is just the online name. Feel free to call me Ash or Matt. Doesn't really mind, in my opinion. But good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week starting off so far? Let's start off with seeing how chat's doing so far this week. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade this week. How's chat doing so far? Let's see how everybody's week is going so far. Okay, a couple 1s. A couple more 1s. A couple 2s in there as well. A couple 3s as well. couple more ones. Like to see that there's majority ones here. Very good job, chat. Looks like there's some majority ones here in chat this week. Well, let's go over our assets. Let's make sure that we're prepared for today along with the week. Okay, so first things first, I want to get over here to the economic calendar. This is quite important. We need to understand the important times of the week. That leads me to saying we have FOMC tomorrow. Okay, this is going to tie into my analysis for my assets. So I needed to get over on the economic calendar to make sure that you're aware of FOMC being tomorrow. Okay. FOMC statement, FOMC press conference, federal funds rate. Some of our highest impact news drivers. Okay. You also need to understand the difference between FOMC statement or FOMC press conference compared to FOMC minutes meeting. Okay, there will be times on the economic calendar where you see FOMC minutes meeting. That high impact news driver is not as important as the federal funds rate. Okay, and when I say important, I don't mean in terms of economic data. What I mean is in terms of volatility. Okay, the volatility that occurs with FOMC statement, with federal funds rate, you will see more volatility during that day compared to a FOMC minutes meeting. Okay, so just know the difference. Understand that FOMC press conference, FOMC statement is the high impact news driver that we're concerned with. Now, that leads me into the second portion of the comment. FOMC, non-farm payroll, and CPI. Those are our three highest news drivers, right? They provide the most volatility when that news release occurs compared to, consumer sentiment or PPI or some of the other high impact news drivers. There's more volatility during CPI, NFP, or FOMC than some of the other red folders. Okay? With that being said, you also need to understand whether the account that you're trading is allowed to trade the high impact news drivers or not. Please make sure to read through the rules before ever considering taking any risk during a high impact news driver. Okay? Do your due diligence in reading the rules of the account that you're using. Next is anticipation for these high impact news drivers. The day or the session before FOMC, non-farm payroll, or CPI. There's a high probability chance of that session or that day beforehand being a consolidation profile. Purpose being is that they're trying to take out both sides of the marketplace. Right? So let's just take a look at that. Let's get over here to NQ and let's take a look at that. All right, so what I'm trying to state here is that look at this consolidation here, right? Why is that a dotted line? Let me change this real quick so we can clearly see it. Okay. Look at this consolidation here that we've been dealing with. Okay. Price is just going sideways leading into this FOMC. And notice how price is taking out the highs, taking out the lows, taking out the highs, taking out the lows. The point that I'm trying to make here is that anybody that was short probably put their stop loss above these highs, and now they've been taken out. Anybody that was short probably put their stop loss above these highs, and now just got taken out. They're trying to clear the board. Okay? There is choppy, indecisive price action the day before a high impact news driver. That is insight to a consolidation profile. Same thing here at the lows, right? If you were long, you probably put a stop right below that low and you got taken out. Same thing with this, right? Again, right below the low is probably where you're going to put the stop. You probably got your stop taken out, and now you're not in a position anymore. That's the point that I'm trying to make in terms of a consolidation profile. There's certain things that can incite a consolidation profile. First is the economic calendar, and that's what I just pointed to, was FOMC being tomorrow. Okay, they're going to try to clear the board. That way, during tomorrow's news release, they can send it in either direction that they would want. The second thing that could incite a consolidation profile, and we've talked about this here on stream before, is our different sessions. Okay? Asia session. Let's mark it out. Here's Asia session. Okay. We'll mark out the highs and lows of Asia session. Here's the low of Asia session. Here's the high of Asia session. Okay. Mark out London session. Okay, and we've spoke about this before. When London session takes out Asia session's high and low, that leads to insight for New York Open to being a consolidation profile. Okay, so let me say that one more time. The two things that provide insight to a consolidation profile is tomorrow being FOMC, so the day before a high-impact news driver like FOMC, CPI, or non-farm payroll. That is one way to get insight to a consolidation profile. The other insight is when London session, during London session, price takes out Asia sessions high and low. So you can see that here. During London session, first, it took out Asia sessions high. After taking out Asia sessions high, it then went and took out Asia sessions low. This is insight to New York being a consolidation profile. Okay, so now the next question is, can we trade a consolidation profile? Yeah, you can still trade a consolidation profile. You could trade any single day you'd like, right? The market's open 23 hours of the day. There's only 1 hour that it's not open. So you could trade whenever you'd like. The purpose of going over this information is that you need to have logic that is driving your decision making. And that logic should be data that you've collected showing certain probabilities. So that way you can provide higher probable decisions, right? When you're capable of creating a logic that has higher probabilities and you base your decisions off of that. Okay, so now that points to why I'm looking for lower prices, because in a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extreme of the range to then target equilibrium of the range. Okay, let's go over that concept real quick. Here's Asia session. If we were to show the range, it's from the low of the session to the high of the session. Okay, that's the Asia session range. We took out an extreme of the range. After taking out the extreme of the range, we went back to equilibrium of the range. In a consolidation profile, the best opportunity presents itself at the extreme of the range, targeting equilibrium of the range. Notice this London move here. It took out the extreme, then moved to equilibrium. Beautiful logic. Well, let's look at the low. We took out the low. What did we do right after taking out the low? we went right back to equilibrium of the range. That's the logic that's being provided for today's information. That's what I'm moving forward with for today, right? So same thing goes for New York. Now that we were able to identify some logic that we can use within price action, let's bring that to New York, right? So we'll take a London sessions high. It just took out the extreme of the range. So let's see if it moves back to equilibrium of the range. Let's take the low to the high. You have equilibrium here. All right, so now this explains what I'm looking for, right? We just took out an extreme of the range. So now I'm looking for a move lower to equilibrium of the range. Okay, so that's the information that I'm looking for today. I hope Terry and Barbie's position plays out. I would love to be wrong because I have no risk on the market at this current moment. So, hopefully those longs work out, but this is my thought process. This is how I conduct my business. This is one of the logics that I've been using for quite some time. It's simply just understanding range trading. So hopefully I'm wrong is what I'm saying. Hopefully Terry and Barbie get paid. Hopefully my logic is incorrect and they get their higher prices. But for me and my game plan for today, I'll be looking for a move back to equilibrium of the range. Okay. I'll look for my entry function to execute that idea. So here's my entry function, a bearish unicorn, right? Hold on. Let me fix that. This is what I'm looking for to engage with that idea right here, a bearish breaker that has an FEG aligned with it. Right, so I have logic. I understand what I'm looking for. But now it's a matter of having an entry function to execute that idea. Okay, so we have a game plan. We understand what we're looking for. Now we wait to see if we get an entry function to execute that game plan. That's my information for today. That's what I'll be moving forward with. NQ is correlated to ES. Okay, so I don't need to go over ES. It's the same exact information. This is what I'm looking for, right? We had to move up. We got to move down. Let's see if we take out this high. After taking out that high, let's see if we can create a bearish unicorn. So I'll be looking for a move from the extreme of the range. So a move from up here to here. That's what I'll be looking for my session. That is the logic that I use to obtain that idea. Now we'll see if we get an entry function that aligns with that. Okay. If chat has any questions or comments regarding that information, feel free to throw any questions or information in chat. I could head over to the chat after this. The other conversation that I wanted to have with everybody is oil. Okay. In my opinion, news is simply an injection of volatility. Okay, so everybody's aware of the current news that's occurring within oil. Okay, I don't want to dive deep into the news. I don't get sentiment from news. I don't get direction from news. That's the point that I'm going to try to make here, is that news is simply used to inject volatility into the market. Okay, so that's the only point that I wanted to make in terms of oil. because of the current news that's going on with oil. Don't allow your personal opinion, don't allow your emotions to be deterred by the news, right? So, for example, if you're bothered, if the news that's currently happening bothers you mentally or emotionally, don't make that be the reason why you short oil. Okay? The reason why you short oil should come from this chart. Okay? And I've talked about this many times. News is, in my opinion, a smokescreen. It's to throw you off so that you don't get the best entry. For example, who remembers when they were screaming recession, right? Who remembers when they were screaming recession, the market's going to crash, the trade war is going to ruin the economy, blah, 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 blah. Well, if you were one of those doomsday preppers, right? If you were one of the ones saying, oh yeah, the market's finally going to crash. Well, you just missed out on the long opportunity of a lifetime. Because unless that was the quickest recession I've ever seen, we're near all-time highs again. Right? So FUD is what I call it. It's just false information, providing a incorrect narrative to get you offsides. For example, instead of screaming recession, why weren't they screaming buy now? Why weren't all the news outlets saying buy now, buy now? Okay, so the market is completely irrational. Okay, you have to understand that it is unknown where price is going. That is why I'm trying to say that news is simply used to inject volatility. You can't definitively say that one certain news that occurs will send price in one definitive direction. That's the point that I'm trying to make here, is that it doesn't matter what the news says. It could be bullish or bearish. You don't know what's going to happen compared to what the news says. But you can be sure that when news occurs, there is volatility that enters the market. That's the only point that I'm trying to make, is that there is some current news that's occurring with oil right now, and the stuff that's happening that affects oil. It is important. The news is important. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just trying to say, don't allow the news to make you bullish. Don't allow the news to make you bearish. The only thing that you should be looking at news as is volatility. Okay? Maybe that's just my opinion. I'm not looking to say that I'm right or wrong. I'm just here to share my trading journey with everybody else. Go look at COVID. Go look at the 2008 housing crash. Why didn't the market crash then? And why was that one of the best opportunities to purchase the market? Right? Those doomsday events are what fuels the next rally. If you bought during the 2008 crash, if you bought during COVID, you'd be up nicely. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Okay. News is simply a volatility injection. Don't allow it to create your bias. Be objective to price, understanding that news provides volatility. Whether that's right or wrong, so be it. That's the logic that I use, just like how I'm using a consolidation profile logic to target equilibrium of the range. It's just logic that I've collected data on that provides probabilities for my trading. Okay. So feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. That is my analysis for today. So if you want to go over any of that analysis, or if you want to ask me questions regarding anything to do with this business, mental or emotional intelligence, my model, anything to do with this business, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Now that I've got over my analysis and a small lecture about news, we can head over to chat and communicate with chat. You got to know that chat is sub only, so make sure you're sub to the channel. Like the video while you're at it. That way you can communicate with us here in chat. Turn the notifications on as well. We've been going live every single day, providing as much value as we can. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. So let me get over here to chat, and let's see if there's any questions or comments that we should go over. All right, let's take a look. All right. Let's see what we have here. Hi, Ash. What's your A+ setup? So my A+ setup, first things first, is I do have a rating guide, right? So I have a unicorn model rating guide. If you go to my communities, you'll see that there's a free PDF that goes over A+ setups, B+ setups, C+ setups. It is a rating guide to show what an A+ setup is. So if you need to get that PDF, feel free to check out my communities. The link is in the description of the video. Next is time. Time is the most important element. I want to be participating during the opening times. Okay, so the question was, what is an A+ setup? And now I'm going over what creates an A+ setup. So time being the first element, I want to be executing during the opening times. Since I'm on the East Coast of the US, I look to participate in New York Open. Okay. Works best for my daily life. Next is bias or draw on liquidity. In my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. Whatever price is reaching for. So I want to be executing during the opening times, and I want to be executing with a clear draw on liquidity. Equal highs or equal lows. That is the form of draw on liquidity that I use. When I see equal highs, that is a target for long positions. When I see equal lows, that's a target for short positions. So time is very important. Then draw on liquidity is very important. And then having confluences to that idea, right? A crack in correlation, SMT. SMT is not a standalone trigger. It is a confirmation to an idea. So for example, let's say I have a bearish bias. Then during New York Open, I'm looking for a short position. The short position I would look for is a bearish breaker, right here, as it's identified on the screen. A bearish breaker that has an FVG aligned with it, that's a bearish unicorn, right? So bearish bias during New York Open with a bearish entry function, then seeing bearish SMT to confirm that idea. All of these things are what creates an A+ setup. If you have all of these things checked off, then it looks like an A+ setup. Lastly is the draw on liquidity. If it's a short position, I want to see equal lows as the target for the position. Okay, so that's what an A+ setup is, in my opinion. You have to understand, being perfect in this market is unrealistic. So thinking that A+ setups happen all of the time, that's unrealistic. Thinking that you're only going to execute A+ setups is unrealistic. There is no such thing as perfection, in my opinion. So having expectations of being perfect is unrealistic, in my opinion. We all make mistakes. The market is nowhere close to perfect. It will remain irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So if you think that the market's just going to give you an A+ setup every single day of the week, that's not going to happen. Okay, so be comfortable being uncomfortable. You do that by position sizing correctly. You do that by not over leveraging, not over trading, and having a defined plan where you can, excuse me, where you can execute a defined risk management. Then you allow the probabilities to play out. What time frame are you using for executions? The 5-minute chart has provided the best results for myself. The 1-minute chart has the most losses for myself. So I'm trying to get off the 1-minute chart, trying to focus more on the 5-minute chart. I have taken 15-minute trades. I've taken hourly trades. I've taken daily trades. I've tried quite literally everything here in trading so far, whether you're talking about options, whether you're talking about crypto, whether you're talking about futures, long-term purchases. I've done the whole nine. I've quite literally tried every type of entry. Maybe there's more out there, but I'll continue to keep collecting data through my trading journey and documenting it publicly. So very good question so far. Once again, we got another 25 minutes before my segment is up, but the idea for today is that we're dealing with consolidation. I pointed out the logic to the consolidation being FOMC tomorrow. So anticipation for FOMC, along with London session, taking out Asia sessions high and low during London session. Also insight to a consolidation profile. Okay. So idea is to look for a move back to equilibrium, because the best way to execute a consolidation profile is taking it from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. That's why all the information being presented is what it shows. So feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat as we're waiting and watching.
Yes.
Luke, what's up?
Good energy today, my friend.
Happy to be here. Ready to continue gaining conviction through experience. Looking to just keep relentlessly working and learning every single week.
I got it. I hear you. Learning, yada, yada. That's all great. But isn't it better to be right than to make money?
I'd rather make money than be right. I'm completely okay with being wrong. I'd rather be green than being right.
All right. Well, is it better to do giveaways or not do giveaways, chat? Let me ask that one. Is it better to do giveaways or not do giveaways?
There might be a 100%.
And in this
win rate
case,
on that
maybe it's
question.
better to be right than to make money. Somebody's saying, I get it. It's all about ego. Trading is about ego. Is that right, Ash?
He's the little devil on my shoulder, and then there's like a little angel on the other shoulder. It's like I got to play a little devil's advocate here.
Mm-hmm. We trade so that way we can have Lamborghinis, spend 110% of our incoming cash flow, still be in debt, and struggling to pay rent month to month, but it's a $10,000 a month rent. Is that the idea or not quite?
That's the Lambo lifestyle right there.
Okay. All right. Should we spin the wheel?
Yes. 100%.
Yep, I see somebody saying, I just want to not be homeless. I hear you. See, Luke knows how to live. I'm telling you. Make great income, spend more than you make, even though you're making way too much money. Still struggle to, you got to hit your girl up and be like, hey, can you send me a Venmo for groceries? That's, yeah. I do know too many people who operate like that. But all right, let's pick some winners for 50K Starter Plus accounts. I asked you all to fill out a form. All you had to do was answer one question. We're asking what, oh, Jesus. We're not reading that one out online. But that user was the first winner of our 50K Starter Plus account. All you had to do is tell us what content you're looking forward to and excited to get out of Nick. And then you're entered to win. We're spinning the wheel 10 times. 10 of you are going home with free 50K Starter Plus accounts. It's as simple as that. Bruno, there's 3. You like the randomized wheel?
I love the wheel. We need to do this more often.
Mr. Ashley. So that's what Ash is short for. Here's 5. Winner 5. Ernst Jan. We have 5 more, Ash. Every wheel spin, your odds of winning go up. We remove whoever won. Your odds are elevated. MZ2 cool. 3 more. Varun. 2 more. 2 more big lucky winners for us today. Traders options. Last but not least, who do we have? Thank you. Chat, should I do one more bonus spin? Can we do one more bonus spin, chat? That's the question. We're not doing 10 more, but the question is, should we do one more bonus spin? I see somebody said, Bob said 3 more. All right, everybody, give Bob a thank you in the chat. We're going to listen to Bob. I wanted to do 1 more, but we're going to do 3. Bob delivered that for you. Bob is his name in chat.
W. Bob.
The one who made it happen. Oh, Bob. Producer Marsu keeps everything cooking for us. Says, oh, Bob. And I agree. 2 more for Bob in the chat.
W. Bob.
W. Bob. I don't even know if Bob is still out there. He just disappeared on us. Last but not least, let's see it. Lynn. Lynn is our final winner. Congratulations to 13 of you who won. Thanks to Bob. And we've got some sneaky code, but we're not doing any sort of next giveaways until we get to 1,100 viewers. All right, I got codes locked and loaded, but I am gatekeeping you all to 1,100. So, Ash, back to you. Bounty is out there. Keep us rolling.
Love a good wheel spin. I know everybody in chat was looking for it. So, W. Bob getting the extra wheel spins going. Thank you to Bob. So, we are getting a move to the extreme of the range. That way we can look for any short positions. All the information remains the same. Once again, looking for a short at the extreme of the range. All right, we have equilibrium pointed out here. We have the type of position that we're looking for here. If this occurs, this would be something to execute. It aligns with the logic. It aligns with my decision making. I would like to see price go up, take out the extreme of the range, right? I just outlined the extreme of the range, create a bearish unicorn. That's something that I would take risk on, thinking that price will move back to equilibrium of the range. So we'll analyze price, see if we get anything after taking out the extreme of the range. If it does, then maybe we can execute that short idea. If it does not, I'm completely okay with being patient and waiting for that logic to play out. Okay, so I'm not the type of individual to be changing my decisions throughout the day. I like to create a game plan, then move forward with it. That way I understand what type of position I'm looking for. I'm completely okay with being wrong, right? If my idea never occurs and I don't get a position because of it, I would rather be wrong than go into the market with no idea of what I'm doing, with no game plan, and have no clue of what to look for. Right? I'd rather have a game plan, execute the game plan with strict risk management. So, patience is truly a virtue. Less is more. We'll continue to keep waiting. You know exactly what I'm looking for, and it's shown on the screen. Let's see if we can take out the extreme of the high. After going to extreme of the range, we'll look for a bearish unicorn. If that occurs, then I'll look to take the risk for a move back into equilibrium of the range. All right, so game plan still remains the same. All the information still remains the same. Let's move this over here so that we can focus on price action. Matter of fact, let me just redo this so that we can clearly see what we're looking for. There we go. That works there. So looking for price to go above the extreme. If it goes above the extreme, then I'll look for my entry function. We can do that same thing on both ES and NQ. They're two correlated pairs, so they should be moving the same at the same time. So they engage the extreme of the range. Let's see if any entry function occurs, and we'll go from there. As we're waiting and watching, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. We can go over any type of information that you'd like. We got another 15 minutes during my segment. Definitely stick around for our next host. Tom and Matt are very valuable individuals. I've really been very interested in what they have to say. A lot of the information that they go over is extremely useful for this business. I really appreciate all the information that they share. So definitely stick around for their segments. Some extremely valuable information is shared. Ash, please tell SMT and Forex major pairs. So EU and GU are two correlated pairs, right? So I'm going to go over to my FX column. You can see that Euro and GBP are the two currencies that I look at. Okay, that's because these are two correlated pairs. If I were to look at SMT, I'm comparing Euro to GU. Okay. Roman Arts, I hope your day is going well. Very nice to see you. Let me see. Roman did a phenomenal job. Let me see if I could pull this up somewhere. Give me a couple minutes here. Let me see if I can get to it. Give me a couple seconds here. See if I can pull this up. Roman is quite the graphic designer, to say the least. I'm trying to load this. I don't know why it's not loading. Give me a few moments. Yeah, why is it's just not pulling up? Let me try a different browser. Maybe that'll help. Almost there. Roman had a beautiful piece of art that he would like to share with everybody, so I'm trying to get to it. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can get this over here. And voila. I mean, it really doesn't get any better than this. Roman had the task of creating an AI image of myself. And what a piece of art. I mean, I just loved it so much that I had to show. This is just amazing. I mean, right on par here. The flannel, that's just totally my style. Very scary that this has got to be an actual image of me. So somehow you got that perfectly on the AI image. The unicorn makes complete sense for the unicorn model. And then lastly, I just took a trip to Greece. So perfect background with the Greece villas. Amazing job, Roman. Just a little bit of fun. Thank you for sharing that with us. Always love a good laugh. Always love a good laugh. So let's see what we have going on here. We'll also get to any of those questions and comments. Decent rejection there from the extreme of the range. We'll see if they want to move lower. Equilibrium's down here. Got to throw a little bit of fun in there. There's got to be a healthy balance between work and life. We got to be able to enjoy our work as well. So, yes, we do have education. Yes, we go over risk management. Yes, we go over trading. But we also have to have a couple laughs in there too. That way that we are mentally and emotionally healthy. That way we can be here in the long term. So, greatly appreciate a laugh every now and then. That makes it seem like we have some work-life balance and that we'll be able to do this for the long term. So currently, information still remains the same. I'm looking for a move to equilibrium. This dotted line down here is the equilibrium. What we are using is a consolidation profile. The logic to a consolidation profile is taking it from the extreme of a range back to equilibrium of the range. It's currently what we're looking at. We will see if we get that move. So, got a few more moments here before the next host. Feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Ash is an AI experiment by MyFundedFutures. Yeah, if you want to just upload me to the hard drive after this, that way I could stay around for another 200 to 1,000 years. Just make sure I stay updated so that my software is working properly. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a real person just like everybody else. Where's Tom? Tom's coming up next. Very excited for his segment as well. Very valuable information Tom provides each day. Over or under on the piano comment? Smashing the over once again. I think we're about 10 out of 10 for the piano comment at this point. Only a robot would say he's a real person, see? Got to keep you on your toes. Ash, I think you're one of the nicest people. Thank you, Mike. I greatly appreciate the kind words. The reason why I do this is, one, repetition for myself. Being able to be on live stream, it allows me to have recordings of all of my sessions. So in terms of education and working on my business, it provides a lot of conviction because I say the things that I'm thinking out loud. I talk about the things that I'm feeling during the time of. That's the best kind of data collection that you can get so that you understand how you operate in the market. I also do documenting via Twitter, Discord, YouTube. That way I have a collection of data, both recorded on live stream and via text. Documenting is the best opportunity you can get for learning because the only person that's ever going to click the buttons for you is yourself. So you have to develop your own skills, and nobody else is going to do that for you. The amount of time and effort you put into your own business is going to show in your results. So I'll gladly continue to keep documenting my business here. I will gladly continue to keep doing it publicly so that other people can expedite their learning curve through using this information. So if you find any value in it, that is the purpose. I'm trying to provide value every single chance I can get through publicly journaling, through sharing my information with others, through doing as many giveaways as we can, and trying to help one person at a time. So just trying to add value while conducting my own business and doing it live so everybody else can see it. Thank you for the kind words. I really do appreciate that. I really do spend all of my time here with you guys, and I'm going to continue to keep doing so. As long as MyFunded will have me, I'm going to keep providing as much value as I can. So we still got another 5 minutes before Tom's segment occurs. We are getting a decent move back towards equilibrium. This shows the extreme of the range logic here, right? In a consolidation profile, taking it from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. It continues to keep providing good data, right? Look at each time that price engaged the extreme of the range, right? Look at this move here, how it immediately went lower. Look at this move here, how it immediately went lower. Look at this move here and how it's moving lower again. So in a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extreme of the range, targeting equilibrium of the range. That's the entire logic that we've been dealing with today. I've explained the reasons why I'm looking at that logic in the beginning of my top-down analysis. If you didn't get that, just go back to the beginning of my segment and you'll hear that logic. What car do you drive, Ash? I have a truck. I'm a truck guy. Us U.S. people love our trucks. Got myself a Chevy Silverado. Ash, I'm assuming you'll give us a heads up for when you have your piano playing day. Yeah, you guys will be the first ones to know when I go live on the piano. 100%. You look like the average Silverado driver. I guess that's how that works. Ash, when's the last time you traded emotionally? I'm human just like everybody else. I make mistakes. I trade emotionally. I provide this value because it's from my own experience. So it's a constant battle day in and day out. Okay. Every single day, I'm constantly battling the urge to overtrade, to oversize, to Look at price objectively instead of looking at price emotionally, right? Just because I'm here live streaming does not mean that I'm perfect. I make mistakes just like everybody else. There's many times where I break rules. There's many times where I become emotionally driven. There's many times where I want to size up. That's me knowing myself, right? Trying to be the best model of myself, having a realistic idea of what that looks like is, being the best model of yourself 7 out of every 10 times, 6 out of every 10 times. If you really think perfection is a real thing, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I don't think individuals are capable of being perfect 100% of the time. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because when you can identify that and understand and be okay with the fact that you're allowed to make mistakes, then you'll stop getting so emotionally deterred when you make those mistakes. You won't put so much pressure on yourself to be perfect all of the time. Because in my opinion, being perfect is unrealistic. I've made mistakes. I want to continue to keep failing forward because every single time I fail forward, that's another learning opportunity. That's another documentation. That's another data point for me to keep working on myself. So what I'm trying to get at here is it's okay to make mistakes. We're all human. We all have times where we lapse in discipline, lapse in motivation, lapse in focus. That's okay. But don't allow it to derail your entire business. Go right back to finding your focus. Go right back to finding your discipline and execute with strict risk management. It's okay to make mistakes. Figure out a way to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Okay, it's a daily battle. It's a daily battle. Beautiful move back towards equilibrium of the range. I love to see the logic play out here. We've been speaking about consolidation profiles throughout my entire segment. We had multiple examples of it during my segment. So I love to see the logic play out. Very good job today. Like I said, stick around for Tom's segment. He will be coming up next. A very valuable host. A lot of the information he has is quite incredibly valuable. I really appreciate his time and all the information that he shares with us. Still moving back towards equilibrium there. Beautiful move so far.
Ash,
Luke, there he is again.
they did it.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
They rallied the crowd.
Love to see it.
I see somebody saying Ash is my favorite trader. Not true. Luke is your favorite trader. I've got 0 trades on this month, which means I have not lost a dime.
100% win rate.
100% win rate. Exactly. Keeping it cooking. I never lost. I have no losing trades this month. 0.
Sounds like that means we need another life lessons from Luke.
Should we do it? I got a sad one.
I need some value. What do you got for us for today?
All right. This is a serious one. I was on I'm also curious if Barbie is here too. So I wanted to tell her this one earlier, but we ran out of time. But I was on a commercial flight last week, and somebody died on the flight. Never happened to me ever in my life, but somebody passed away on the flight. The man was traveling with his wife, and she was crying uncontrollably. Incredibly sad. I cried. Everybody in the plane cried, just listening to this poor woman who lost her husband of maybe 30 years at 40,000 feet up in the sky in the air. It was the silver lining is it was a wonderful reminder to me about making today the day to decide to be the man or the person that I want to be. So not saying I have this vision I want to get to tomorrow or in a month or in a year or in 10 years I want to look like this. It's like today's the day to decide to be that person. It was incredibly sad, and I've been praying for the woman whose husband passed. She's obviously in a lot of pain, but it served as a reminder to me. And I, want to pass that on to the group.
I love that. I mean, day one, not one day. Let's make today day one. And just like you said yesterday, I thought that was very valuable too. It really boils down to a choice. We are all open to making our own choices. And I personally agree with you that the choice should be to start right now.
Mm-hmm.
Make
Amen.
today day one, not one day.
Yep. Day one, not one day.
Very valuable. Another life lesson with Luke. I love that.
Triple L, maybe. Triple L. With that, Ash, I'm going to bid you farewell. I will see you in 23 hours.
All
And
right.
I would like to say hello to my friend Tom. Tom in the house. Where is he? There he is.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Luke. Good to see you.
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey,
I'm going to be in Europe in 3 days with you.
Nice. I'm expecting you. Let me know, because I have the best places to show you around. Okay, so definitely, if you just come to Hungary, definitely let me know, because there are.
I want a meeting with Viktor Orban.
Okay, that's gonna be a different meeting, so I'm not gonna be there, but we'll do something to make it happen.
I have some grievances,
I see. Okay,
I'm gonna help Trump get this trade deal done. Just put me in with them for 20 minutes, and we figure everything out.
I'll do my best. I have some connections. All right. So we'll definitely do that.
Great.
Hey, chat. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you guys. And by the way, life lessons with Luke. I'm still under the. This was a heavy story, and it really is teaching us a lot of lessons. These life lessons are really, like, I don't even have the right expression for it. It's just hit me hard as you were saying this. And it reminds us all to be, I think it reminds me mostly to be grateful, like, every day, even for the small things. I mean, you have to appreciate the small things, because once you cannot appreciate and be grateful for the small things, you're never going to really enjoy life. And I thank you for the story, by the way. It was an emotional. So I'm telling you, you need to do a separate segment for yourself. Life lessons with Luke, or do that.
And I've lost zero losing trades.
Yeah, the best position. Yeah, exactly. The only position with guarantee of not losing. So I think, and by the way, that's a winning trade all the time. So that's a winner. By not going into the market, you're basically winning. Even just staring at the chart. That's a winning position.
I see somebody's saying we should do a code drop as we hit 1100. How about we drop a code in your session, Tom?
That would be awesome. That would be so great, because I was I was being asked in my stream as well, are there going to be some giveaways? I said, listen, it's not my department, but I'll do my best to urge Luke and everybody to do it. So please drop those codes. You know, we need the free stuff for the community.
All right.
Yeah. So, and by the way, guys, I was listening to Ash. Thank you so much, Ash, for the kind words. By the way, he is having some awesome topics about, as you, I mean, the psychological aspect of trading, all the mental game and everything, what's happening around trading. I think he's just dropping some real gold in his session. So I really like to listen to it. So thank you, Ash. And so anyway, guys, just do a quick recap. You know how much I love the zones. But just a quick recap. Earlier today on the London session, we had an Asia high sweep, and we took a nice short down to a 5-minute demand zone. So that was beautiful live on stream. You guys can follow me. Here's my YouTube handle up there. And after that, so much like, well, just consolidation. But this morning in the New York Open, that was a little bit of a tricky one. So we did a liquidity sweep down here at 22,035, 34. As you can see it here, there was a minor 1-minute demand zone or bullish order block that has been completely swept. And we took a trade live here, I mean, on stream somewhere around here after it was somewhere around this area, and we were aiming for 119. Actually, the high of the zone. Let me just show you. Actually, too much. I know I'm going to clean up my charts. Don't worry. There is a 15-minute zone I wanted to show you guys how perfectly it worked as draw on liquidity level. So these two bullish candles here on the 15-minute chart pushed up to liquidity here because there was a bearish fair value gap from Monday after the 6 p.m. reset on the 15-minute chart. So as you can see, it's not going to be super perfect. But so there you go. I'm going to delete that. Don't worry. So these two bullish candles pushed into liquidity and then did a beautiful structure shift. So throughout the day, I was hoping that the high, let me just delete this, the high of this zone, which was at 123.25 on the new contract. I hope everybody's in the new contract right now. So it got perfectly taken out, and that's what I was aiming for. Let me just go back to the 5 and the 1 minute now. Sorry, I'm switching all over the place, but so that was the target, and it went up beautifully. It was a nice trade. And also we have the new hype this year from ICT, the first fair value gap. I still left on these markups because this was the first fair value gap. Just how interesting as the price was approaching these levels. You know, right after the open here, I think, yeah, so this is the first fair value gap, this one at 941 in my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is the official first fair value gap. So once here, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, for the 5th time, look at how price was reacting at this level. And so I was following price action along this area. Took a long position before coming into the stream here, got taken out break even, and I did some small trades in my live stream, a short trade here and the long trade here, technically break even, small paper cuts there. Overall green on my funded accounts, but small green. To be honest, since we're still hovering up here in this area, above 22K and 100. Somebody mentioned in my chat earlier, and I totally forgot to check this out. I was talking about these candles, I think maybe last week, the flat candles, when there is no upper wick, for example, on a bearish candle, especially when it's a fair value gap, there is no upper wick at all. Now on the micro, it's 22,150. The opening and the high of the candle is exactly at the same point. Now, if you look at on the mini, it's at 149.50, this level up there. Now, I'm not saying that's a strong level. I'm just saying that's, let's just say, an interesting level. First presented fair value gap is at 42. I know we were having some discussion about that. So is it at 42 or 41? Let me zoom in, okay? First presentation gap. Here's 941 and 42. There's a gap here. And the reason I think that that could be a valid, maybe, I mean, I don't want to debate, obviously. You guys, if you guys want to use the 42, go for it. I checked it on the mini as well. It was somewhat reasonable. It was a reasonable gap for me to take. If ICT has some extra add-on, which gap to take, I don't know. But I took this one as my first gap. And look how price was reacting to this level so far. That's why I took it. But obviously, if you took this one, that's cool too, because it just got beautifully inverted after the sweep. So you could have gone with this here. I don't know. I took the upper one at the 41. But anyway, as I was saying, the flat candles. So it's kind of an interesting thing. That's why I call these interesting candles, because once we are still in the kill zones and throughout these levels, especially on the ranging day like today, and so far I can call this a ranging day, I guess, consolidation day, then these flat candles are usually stepping in as kind of a draw on liquidity level. Now, I'm not in a trade right now. I'm not going to force myself to jump in once again. As I said, just when I ended my stream, I entered to a long position here, and then I got out on this spike. So I'm not going to force myself again into it, but I'm just going to be watching that 149.50. You might ask, why 49.50? Because it's closer on the mini than on the micro, but this is just my 2 cents. So the second gap, yeah, the first gap, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So this is the first gap here. I mean, sorry, this is not. You cannot take the 930, right? There was no gap on the 1 minute here. So the first gap, in my opinion, was 41. But if you took the 42, no problem. That's also provided some very good intel, as I said. Perfectly inverted this one. So that's also very good intel to go higher. I was just surprised how this level was respected. But anyway. So we are still heading higher. We have a 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. And as we are approaching the lunch hour, we could see again some kind of a consolidation. So Pigeon, the day was good. As I said, we had some nice trades. I took some paper cuts in the late AM session, but I'm still ended up in the green. And now I'm just kind of curious how this is going to go. I am definitely bullish, not just because of that flat candle, but because of ES as well. Let me go to the daily chart. I was talking about this earlier. So this is the daily ES chart. And nothing special that I want to dive into here, but there's a bearish fair value gap here on the daily from the 21st of February. And I just think that the main driver here is ES. I think ES is the one that really drives the market currently on the bigger picture. I think ES just wants to make a new historical high. You know, this market is just bullish. Whatever happens, it can be war, whatever. I'm not even surprised anymore. It's just going up. There's nothing that can stop the market. So I think in the past couple of days, it's definitely accumulating price. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe tomorrow on FOMC day, we can see a strong push or at least a wick into that gap. And because of that, I think NQ is just riding shotgun here. And that's why ES is the one that is really, really pulling NQ higher. I mean, in the big picture. Maybe it's not going to be the case today, but I was just, it was just interesting to see how it was happening throughout the day. Anyway, let me clean up the chart a little bit. We don't need the Asia high. Okay, we don't need the 15-minute zone high. Okay, we don't need this. And I'm going to delete these ones as well. So I kind of like to visualize everything here. I'm still going to keep my kind of first fair value gap. I'm going to keep that. But there's another first fair value gap down there. So if you guys want to go with that, that's around 70-ish. 70, yeah, 2270. So far in the range. And I'm just curious what's going to happen here. As I said many times, we can use this time to look back and see what happened. What did we do right or wrong in the AM session or before? And if you're, by the way, in a very good green, made some very good profit, then as usual, I always keep repeating that don't really push it in the PM session. Why you want to give it back to the market? Statistically speaking, I mean, even if it happens and you're giving it back to the market, that's going to be a very miserable feeling ending up the day giving back profits to the market. But if some of you guys are looking to trade the PM session, I told you guys the advantage of all this is that you already see the levels and you can already see where price might be heading through until the 4 p.m. close, right? But anyway, let me scroll up here on the chat. And if you guys have some questions that you would like me to answer, I'm happy to do so. I have some very good topics with me today. So let me know. All right. Hey, Naomi, good to see you. Okay. Okay. Nothing extra. Tom Cheese. I'm doing good. Ivan, thank you. Free accounts. I know everybody wants the free stuff. That's why I definitely. MyFundedFutures is giving so many free stuff away in this channel. I just can't believe it myself. Do you make your own Uzo? If you're referring to Palinka, then yes, we do make that. You know, I came from a village and there's a guy who makes it professionally. We like those spirits. Daniel, I am from Hungary, Europe. Almost the center of Europe, but not really, but I'm from Hungary. Hungarian, I know. I always get that. Anyway, I have some real good topics here. And if you have questions along the way, I'm happy to answer. What car? I drive a 2009 BMW E60 525i. I know. And I bought that car from prop firm payouts, from trading this year. You can watch my video on my channel about that. I'm very proud of that. I was driving a $900 Mazda in the past 2 or 3 years. Actually, I couldn't get it through inspection because it had too much rust. So, you know, small, you know, I'm saving up money. That's what I can tell you. I'm saving up everything, but I needed to get a new car. But it was in good condition. Hey, thank you, Sir Cartier. Thank you. No single turbo. No turbo on this engine. That's why I bought this. I'm a big BMW enthusiast. We're going to keep it not too loud because, you know, this is not a German car show. But let me just dive into the topic. So I have... where is it? Oh, here it is. So, for example, I have a topic about the 4 stages of a trading day, and I have I had a question about the dangers of forcing green days. Now, I know it sounds interesting, right? And maybe I have another topic of scaling up too early, but obviously I'm going to go through real fast on the 4 stages of a trading day, but I guess you guys already know that. We talked about that we have to do the market the pre-market analysis first. Oh, let me read that. There's a question there. If you're on a winning streak. Oh, if I'm on a winning streak for days. Oh, well. If I'm on a winning streak for days, I try not to celebrate too much. I think last Thursday or Wednesday, we had this question from Terry, and she was asking the same thing. And I think it's an excellent question. We can talk about just about this question for hours. But if you are on a winning streak, that is just as dangerous as being on a losing streak. It sounds maybe a little bit crazy, but it is dangerous because after a while, you start to feel like invincible in the markets. Like you just think, okay, it's going to go there, and you will have a super hard time accepting your losses. So once you're in a winning streak, you must have the poker face, in better words, you really just have to take it as a normal situation and just move on. Don't celebrate it for too much. So I did that. I told you guys the story. I had 2 super awesome days a few months ago. I was making $1,500 on one of my funded accounts ready for payout one day. And the next day, I made another $1,500. So I made like $3,000 in 2 days ready for payout. And I was like, and my fiance, she was asking me just out of curiosity, how did you do in the market? And she's great. She's supporting me and everything. And I just said, yeah, I was drinking my coffee. And I said, I made $3,000 in 2 days. And, and she was like, what? You made $3,000? You should be celebrating. We should be, going out and, partying and everything. I'm not like that. But how can you drink your coffee like that, and saying you made $3,000? I said, yeah, yeah, I made 3,000. But what then? We just move on to the next one. So don't celebrate too much. All right. Hey, Deepa Deep, what up? Hands off. Yeah, definitely. That is a skill. Yeah, exactly. Don't sit on your hands. Exactly. Let's talk about cars. I don't have a used Bugatti. So, yeah. Do you not copy trade a bunch of accounts? Yeah, so another good question. I'm going to move into my topics as well, but we have some great questions. So, copy trading. I'm going to tell you guys something and take it or leave it. This year, it happened to me actually 2 times already, and last year, even more times. When I do copy trading, for example, I'm copy trading all my accounts, and I'm not going to say names. Obviously, I have accounts here and there, but when I did copy trading all my funded accounts everywhere, that's when I blown up everything. Everything just one session, boom, goodbye. The pressure is exponentially high, even if you're just copy trading 2 of your funded accounts or 3. With MyFundedFutures, you can have 3 funded accounts. And, for me, even copy trading 2 or 3 funded accounts is giving me an extra high pressure, really. Like, long story short, actually, I do need to tell you guys the story. So, when I went to copy trading all my accounts, I basically lost everything. Maybe not on the first day, but in a few days, I just destroyed everything with copy trading. And so what I did, back to square one, starting from scratch. And so what I did, I started trading one by one these accounts. So I then build up all these accounts again, and then slowly progressing with the accounts one by one. Maybe I tried to copy trade 2 accounts, and that's I think copy trading 2 accounts is more than enough. Definitely, more than enough. You don't really need more. So just keep that in mind. It gives you extra pressure. We have Luke here.
What's up?
Oh, just the usual. Just the usual.
Great session, Tom.
Thank you.
Great
Don't worry,
content. That
we are going to skip the German car session. This is going to be the next one. Okay, don't worry about
Yeah,
that.
American cars only.
I know.
I'm worried about not being able to rent an American car when I go to Europe. Okay.
There's a place here in Hungary you can rent beautiful American muscle cars. Don't worry.
All right, love it. And did y'all catch the code?
Did you
We
guys catch
snuck
the
it on.
code?
For those of you who are truly paying attention, we snuck the code on. Did you get it?
I saw the code. I did saw the code. I see the code.
If you got it, let us know. We want to hear about it.
Everybody, quickly.
People asking if I trade. I don't. I do stock picking, directional picking. I'm not actually a trader. I am your, humble host.
Luke is.
I'm the voice of the chat. I'm the voice of the giveaways.
Exactly. Luke is the face of MyFundedFutures, and of course, providing us with life lessons. That's why we need him.
Life lessons. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm here. I work to recruit folks like Tom and tell him, Tom, you got to be on this, please. The chat will
Man,
love you.
I felt so honored to be here, by the way, and I'm super happy to this chat and the whole channel. The vibes are super positive. I love being here. So, yeah, everybody wants to reset.
Remember, Tom, I recruited you. I pitched you super hard and told you why you got to be here.
Oh my gosh, you said so many positive things. I can't even remember which part. Oh man, I don't know. You know, I was actually when we talked first time on the phone, I was actually super nervous because I just didn't know what you want to hear. What should I tell you? I mean, because I just told you I don't even know. Man, I was nervous, to be honest, when we first talked on the phone. I don't know why. I was nervous.
Yeah, I'm easy, man. You don't have to be nervous around me.
All right.
If you got the code, let us know in chat. We like to celebrate you. And we've got a few more giveaways. In a little bit here, I'm going to have a randomized giveaway for you all.
Let's go. Everybody loves the giveaway. No fake codes there. The code was real. All right. So, as I was saying about copy trading, everything turned in a very positive way when I switched down to trade the accounts one by one. Now, you might say that, oh, but that's very slow. Like, how can you make thousands of dollars by trading the accounts one by one? Yeah, obviously, you're limiting yourself. I know. You're limiting yourself to a certain amount of possible payouts. I know that. But I forgot what the real goal is. So the real goal is to get the payouts, get consistency, right? So I start to see now my own mistake, what I did, even this year, twice, actually. Maybe 3 times, but 2 times, that's for sure. So I keep seeing my own mistake on other people, like, or other traders, especially if you're kind of new into trading and if you aim to copy trade all your accounts, maybe if it's just the 3 funded accounts you have, the pressure is going to be much higher and you're going to end up on a tilt much faster. First, you have to reach some sort of a consistency. So when I traded the accounts one by one last year, and then I saw that, okay, one account got to a payout. Okay, today I made, for example, on one account, I made $300. Great. I put that account away. I switched to the next account. And most likely I was scalping. I agree. So I was doing some scalping, which I don't really like. But then I switched to the next account and I was like, okay, I made 2 accounts are in the green. I did not have the time to trade on my 3rd account, but who cares? Because you know, the next day there's going to be some more setups. And Mr. Paul, I'm going to get back to you with that question. So, and I was like, okay, this is working out. And, you know, a couple of trading days, business days passed, and I started to see that the account started to grow. Like, oh my God, I have one more account at payout level and another account at payout level. And so I looked back and I was like, okay, I think I just need to rotate these accounts one by one. So when I did that, what I did next, I started to copy trade 2 accounts. And until today, I think the only pressure I can handle is maybe 2 or 3. 2 accounts, maybe. Okay. And yeah, you might be saying that, okay, but you cannot make $100,000 in a month. Yeah, I don't really care right now about that too much. Obviously, we have some other traders who are super great. And by the way, Matt, the next host, he is super awesome. He's making 10K days. I salute Matt. He's awesome. Making 10K days. Wow. Obviously, that's the goal for everybody. Now, right now, I told you guys last month was my best. I made a little over $12,000 by not really copy trading the accounts. This month, I'm doing already almost 10K nearly. And I wasn't really copy traded the accounts. Anyway, that's another section. But I'm doing okay. If I achieve consistency in this, then the next step would be to add more accounts to copy trading. And that's why you have to understand it's not going to be a marathon. Oh, sorry. It's not going to be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. It's a marathon. A marathon. Okay. Mr. Paul, is there a way to control the nerves when losing? Very hard. Very hard. I think there's no exact rule for that. So I cannot tell you okay, you have to do this and you're going to be fine, because it's a personal, it's really different for everybody. For example, maybe, I don't know, you definitely have to walk away from the screen to control your nerves, especially on the losing streak. Standing up from your chair and walking out the room or leave the area where your computer is, it's very hard. That's an extra skill, and you need time to be that strong. And about being nervous, there's lots of things you can do. You can clean up your room, you can wash your car, you can do the dishes, whatever that takes away your focus from the charts. Maybe you can read a book. Sometimes, I love my car. I have to talk about the car again. So I was a big BMW guy all my life. I know. So I had that breakdown period when I was only able to buy a cheap car, sort of like a beater that goes to the junkyard after me, which I think is going to happen. I mean, it happened. So I bought a cheap car, but I always liked driving those cars. And so when I go out and just want to relax, I just sit in the car, and I like driving around the city. I have some good places. I just put on some good music, drive around. Even after the losing day, it feels good. I put in some music, drive around the city. I just love it. Anyway, just a personal add-on here. And whatever that helps you to take your focus away. Okay. Watch beautiful women. Exactly. So you got to find out yourself, but definitely moving away from the screen, that is a very, very hard skill to acquire. Okay. My biggest issue is not walking away. That is super hard. Queen of Trades. That is just, everybody underestimates how much strength you need to walk away after a losing day. That takes a very good skill. I mean, you really need to be very strong to do that. So, okay. Let me know if you have questions. So I'm getting back to the previous stuff. By the way, as I'm looking at the chart, that's why I zoomed out. We are going for that 149.50, that flat candle I was talking about. Quite interesting. So this area is still holding price. So E36 from 99. Oh my gosh, the E36. E36 is from BMW's prime era, when they were really knew how to make cars. Now BMW is making refrigerators. Basically, that's what they're making, for refrigerators. But their prime was in that era. PB Trading. Hey, welcome. So 410 kilometer on. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going forever. So as I was saying, let's just skip the part where the four stages of day trading. Obviously, I had it lined out like pre-market preparations, what you need to do. Execution phase is the next one. But I had another good topic here. Yeah, dangers of forcing green days. No, that's not the one. No, you need the huge trades to pass. Yeah. Yeah, there is another one here about prop firm myth that hold traders back. I found this topic, and I think this is a very good thing here. You need huge trades to pass. You don't need huge trades to pass, by the way. Any kind of evaluation account, even a small one or a big one, even if you go with a 150K account, you don't need big trades to do so. It's all about risk management. That's the one that does the heavy lifting. You just have to focus on the setups. The other myth about this is that you can't trade small with prop firms. I mean, yes, you can. Yes, you can trade with small with prop firms. That's what we're doing, and that's what I encourage you to do, especially if you're starting out. You know, you need to be crazy about minimizing risk and consistency. You need to be crazy about minimizing risk and consistency, not huge trades necessarily. Well, sometimes you need those huge trades. I agree, and I think there is something extra to risk management, which I think could be important. Like I tried this for a long time. Yeah, some kind of a news were hitting the market. I'm not sure. Let me check it. Were we having some news here? I'm not sure. We're gonna check it out. I don't know. Let's see. Trump? No. We now have total control of the skies. Okay. That's a different one. No fresh comment here. U.S. military aircraft spotted over Eastern Mediterranean. Okay. That's war-related stuff. Maybe something like that. I don't know. No other news. Trump tweet, maybe. But so there is something extra about risk management that I wanted to talk about last time too. Obviously, there are the A+ setups. And there are the not too much A+ setups, like the B setups or lower probability trades, right? Did I see a question there? No, I didn't. Okay, so lower probability setups, which you might also want to take. Like, for example, I'm still kind of married to the idea that we should be hitting that 149.50. Now, I'm not saying, like, if you're advancing a little bit in your trading journey, you might be categorizing your trades. Like the A+ setups, you definitely put on more risk, right? But once you're comfortable taking another trade, which might not be an A++ setup, then obviously you're going to take smaller risk. Now, I'm just saying this, that if you're taking the same exact risk all the time, you might going to have a slower account growth, right? It's going to take a little bit longer because, you know, let's just face it, there are much, much higher probability trades and lower probability trades. And once you get familiar with your setups and your zones, then there's going to be a sixth sense or a reflex developing, and that comes with chart time and taking more trades, when you will know, like, okay, this trade I'm going to risk more, and it's going to come after trading more and more time to time, especially once you're in a funded stage and taking payout. You will see what are those trades when you need to size up a little bit, okay? But that's just a little bit extra. Can you explain how and which news affect what? I usually avoid it, but I want to learn to. It's something about news trading. Very good question. So obviously, I think, in my opinion, 98% of traders, especially in social media, we are trading as technical traders. Like, we're looking at the technical side. Only like a very handful amount of traders are using just the fundamentals. And don't worry, I'm going to get to the news as well. I do know just a few, one or two traders. One is, by the way, from my country here in Hungary, who only trades fundamentals, but he's a swing trader. And he's not really affected by these intraday moves because he's using 4-hour daily charts. But that's a different thing. He's reading the all the news feeds and everything, Wall Street Journal, whatever, I don't even know. But he's reading the news. And I think the only way you can trade fundamentals is by swing trading. Why I say that? Because obviously I'm like not trading for 10 years or 20 years. But as much as I've seen and watching the numbers, especially on the red folder news, the market, I mean, if you're looking at the intraday market for day traders, like the red folder news are just not, most of the times, it's just not doing the thing that they used to do. So when some kind of a positive news come out, yeah, we have a spike, and NQ spikes up, and then in the next 2 hours, NQ is just gonna grind lower and sweep all the lows and swing lows and everything, and vice versa. So I keep seeing this with the red folder news, and especially about, I mean, also we have now, people are saying we are in a Trump market right now, because when he tweets or he makes a comment somewhere, the market just jumps up and down. And we saw this thing happening throughout this trade war. But all that is really happening intraday is that we are just sweeping levels up and down. And that's why I don't really like to hold up onto a trade, especially, for example, after 7 a.m., especially on a day when we have news at 8:30. So I know you should not be holding a trade, by the way, for example, on your funded account on an NFP day or CPI news, right? But we could be having some other red folder news as well. I just don't like being in the market. I want to wait until the dust settles. So the short answer, when I see big news hitting the market, I just don't want to be there. And for example, tomorrow there's going to be the FOMC news. And by the way, the real kicker, just saying this, is going to be the press conference. So if you guys are watching it, or you might want to trade it on an evaluation account, which you can do so, the real kicker is going to be the press conference. As much as I've seen it so far in the past couple of years. And so the press conference always holding more interesting and good questions. Obviously, Powell is trying to do his best to avoid to answer the questions, but maybe he's not always able to do so. But anyway, just avoid news. Okay, that's what I think. That's what I think is the best option. Avoid news trading. It's just not good. It's actually some way it's a gamble. Maybe if you're a swing trader, that's a different thing. Or if you're holding on to a very small position and you're able to hold that position throughout the news, which I'm not sure you can on your funded accounts, that's a different thing. But I would just avoid the news. That's for sure. Just my 2 cents. Let me drink something. Oh. Don't worry. There's no spicer chaser in my coffee. Okay. So back to the previous topic about risk management. Rules make it impossible to succeed. I was reading this. It's not true, actually. those rules are actually helping you in the long run to stay consistent. Okay, let's just say it again. Rules are helping you to stay consistent with your profits, with your trades. Basically, when you're trading with a prop firm, you're trading with MyFundedFutures. The rules are, by the way, are awesome. These are actually showing you a guideline how to be a consistently profitable trader. And greed is always there. We all want to make more. Then go with the expert account, obviously. But, showing up every day as a day trader at the markets, you got to remind yourself, even if you don't see your setup, just don't force yourself into a trade that's not even there. So I was very eager to jump into a long position anywhere in this area, but I'm okay. I made my profits for today, and I just don't want to be in the market. If I would have been sitting at the charts like about 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been all over the place for hitting the buy button because I think we're going to go to 149. And maybe I would have been chopped up by this time. Who knows? I'm just not doing it. I had my setups. I had today is a small green for me. It's okay. And if it goes to 149, actually, I will be happy if it goes to 149, because at least I will know, I will have more conviction about my setups, about my zone. So anyway, that was just a small comment on that rule thing. Yeah, coffee with me. Hold on. There was another one. Difference between trading well versus trading lucky. Oh, yeah. How to know when you're trading your edge? Well, it's super simple. Yeah, and how luck tricks traders into bad habits. Now, that is a very good one, too. So being lucky or trading your edge. Now, maybe it never happened to any of you guys, but Mr. Paul have a question. Hold on. What do you think about numerical analysis and price cycles? Oh my gosh. I think that's a high level question for me. No, numerical. I mean, if you're asking about fib levels or these Elliott waves and cycles, that's really not my thing. I really don't want to comment on that because I never really went into that. I mean, the numerical levels, if you refer to the round numbers or some big historical levels, that's a different thing. That could be affecting price action as a kind of a magnet. So I obviously look for historical levels as well, but nothing extra. I really don't want to go into that because, for example, I do have a book about Elliott waves and Fibonacci trading and all that stuff and the mythology around these numbers and deviations. But if you're referring to that or similar to that, but I'm really not into those kind of stuff. So as I was saying, trading, so executing a trade and being lucky or following your setups. So maybe you guys never had the situation when you entered the trade, maybe even full porting, and you made, for example, $1,000 because you thought like, okay, it should go up there, and you just pushed the button, full porting, and you made $1,000, even on a funded account. Or you passed one or two or more evaluation accounts by full porting it, and you said, oh, yeah, I knew what to do. I made it. I know I completely aware where the market is going to go. Now, that is actually building bad habits, and we talked about this too, but it's a good topic to repeat. Celebrating Obviously, everybody gets lucky once in a while. It's part of the game, just like losing, just like having a losing streak, winning streak, whatever. There's nothing wrong with getting lucky in the market. The bad thing that can happen is if you celebrate too much on that winner. So, for example, if you make a really good amount of money when you're full porting the account, or, you know, for example, we had those days when Nasdaq was moving 50 points and 100 points in the London session in one candle, and you were just full porting the accounts, right? It never happened to anyone, I know, but it's going to give you false expectations if you're celebrating those winners. So again, there's nothing wrong with being lucky, but that's just gonna build up bad habits and false expectations. And yeah, exactly. I wrote it down here. Luck tricks traders into bad habits. Yeah. And focusing on the process, regardless of the outcome, is the one that you always need to remember. Okay. Trump is tweeting. Oh my gosh. So focusing on the market, focusing on the process instead of the outcome is going to do you much better. That's why I said, even on a losing streak, once you executed your entry model, your setup correctly, and did everything by the book, then you will know that even after a losing streak, you should not be worried, because you know you have an edge, you know you have a target. You just have to repeat. That's what you need to do. Keegan, you're welcome. So I know everybody wants Matt. I know. Don't worry. Yeah, the 3 psychological enemies of every trader is definitely fear, greed, and impulsiveness. Yeah, exactly. That is something you have to be aware of. And so that's why it is very crucial to do the backtesting. Very crucial to have an entry model. As I said yesterday, you don't need 2 or 3 or 5 models, because if you're using multiple setups, multiple entry models, in my perspective, you're just doubling or tripling your risk, because you have to, well, if you see those setups, you see an A setup, you see your B setup or your C setup, you're just going to take trades all around, and the edge is going to play out totally different, right? So stick with your best setup or your best entry model. Once you have that, collect the information through backtesting. Once you have enough data, I mean, backtesting, as I said, it's not going to make you a better trader, right? In itself. I always believed in forward testing. And by forward testing, even on a demo account, you can do forward testing, but don't do it for too long on a demo account. When you're sitting live at the market and you see your setup, try to execute that setup properly with the proper risk management. That's the decision-making process is completely different once you're doing backtesting or you're sitting in front of the live market. You're never going to, feel the same way. No, that's not what I wanted to say. So if you do like a year of backtesting and you say, oh my God, my results are awesome from this setup, that's cool. But backtesting is not for that. It's good for collecting that information, as I said, and at least you will know what to look for. And that's why it's important to look back, even if you're not journaling down every single position, as I said yesterday. Just look back at the end of the day. Whenever you finish up with your trades, it could be the lunch hour, it could be at the PM session close, at 4 p.m. Whenever it is that you're finishing up with your session, just look back. Maybe a little bit extra. What I used to do is I look at the charts after the 4 p.m. Close, or maybe sometime at 6 p.m. reset time, because I'm always up late in my time. And I just look back at the day. I keep my markups on the chart. So I leave everything as it is on my chart for later, just to look back how market was reacting to those levels later on, because I usually finish up trading around the lunch hour, which is cool. For me, it's okay. But obviously, maybe I will try to trade in the PM session. But look back, and that's when you might as well journal down all those things that I was saying yesterday, like what did you do right? You don't have to write down all your trades. Just what did you do right throughout the day? What is that you did wrong? What was the biggest lesson for the day? And maybe if you had an awesome winner, you can save that chart just to learn from it, put it away for next time as an A+ setup, and then that is going to reflect to you later what to look for. Obviously, if you had a very bad trade, even if it was an A+ setup, you also have to look at that too, because A+ setups are also failing sometimes, right? It all depends. Obviously, at the end of the day, it comes down to risk management. And we talked about this earlier in my stream as well, and in London session too. There's so many ways to skin this market, right? You can go with just a single trend line. You can use a moving average, whatever. You can use Heiken Ashi candles. There's so many ways to do this. But we are technical traders. And if you just hit up YouTube, you will find like not just hundreds, thousands of videos about different approaches and technical stuff. You can use like third-party software, maybe some, algorithms or whatever. No problem with that. Whatever prints you money. But at the end of the day, whatever you use, it's going to be risk management. Risk management. And that's why I said sometimes, you need to categorize your A+++ setups, and maybe, those setups that have like a lower probability to reach your levels that you're looking for. And I think it's just crucial. So, and that's why I'm also saying, hold on, I had it here somewhere. Anyway, never mind. A little bit of a technical side here. We are still in this range. Obviously, I don't know where it's going to go. I'm still looking at the 149.50. If you look at the 5-minute chart, you zoom out, it's just a barcode thing. So it's just horrible. Look at the 5-minute chart. It's terrible. Oh my God, it's already Matt. I think Matt is already here. Guys, Matt, I was watching his stream yesterday. Don't tell him. I was lurking in the background. Super valuable information. I mean, even on his own channel, I was looking in the background on his channel. So valuable information. Just stay here on MyFunded TV and learn, because he's sharing the gold, like literally gold information there. All right. Luke is back.
I'm back. I'm always working. Always.
The man is here. What's up?
What's up? Great session, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. And the chat was awesome. Everybody was awesome. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all the questions. I think we covered some awesome topics. And obviously, look at the 5-minute. Just don't push the button right now. Okay, just wait at least until 1 p.m. or I don't know. Maybe Matt will give you some extra guidance here, but I'm just not going to push the button. And thanks again, everybody. I had a super awesome time.
All right. Well, thank you, my friend. I will say goodbye to you for 23 hours.
All right.
We'll be back here tomorrow, live, rocking and rolling. I'd like to say hello to our good friend, Matt.
Cheers.
I see Matt asking, is the new host announced yet? He is.
Oh.
That's a hint for you. It's a he.
Okay. Is it announced to the public? I've been trying to figure out who it was by looking at the silhouette, and I couldn't guess who it was.
It's Rocket Skateboard Nick.
Is that going to be? Oh, nice. Is that going to be in the morning, in the afternoon? Is it after or before this?
In the morning. Yeah, his name is Nick. Does futures.
Cool.
He's
Cool.
9 to 10:30 a.m. Eastern.
Awesome. Good to hear, man. Excited to have another person on the team.
And yeah, dude, it's awesome. We have now 7 full-time, daily streamers with us. Isn't that amazing?
Very nice.
And I'd like
And
to say
also-
thank you to everybody who was like with us from the beginning. We only
Yeah,
started
that's what I
this
was
2
going to
months
say.
ago.
Thank you, everybody.
We got 4.5 hours of programming. I mean, good, hard-hitting, high-value content. I mean, we worked really hard to build this team with folks like Matt. Matt works really hard every day to deliver the ideas, the levels, the setups, the trades, the education. So just know we're working for you. I know we get some frustrations from time to time. It helps us build. It helps us grow. But, thank you, Queen of Trades, for being here from the beginning. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Yeah, like the audience here, I give a special. First of all, thank you, Tom, for those really kind words. Like super flattering, man. I really dig your show. I catch the end of it as I'm rolling up in, and it's always useful info. And Tom always talking about risk management, like the things you guys need to know. And I love that. And audience for being here for day one. This group is growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Once they brought Tom on, they brought me on. The audience size jumped like twice as big. And then with the, more hosts and get twice as big. I mean, this community is growing to be one of the bigger, better communities out there for futures trading. I'm super excited to be a part of it. So you guys are awesome. Audience, we love y'all too. So your pats on back for you guys.
Ooh, love it. You see Ethan's drinking a Monster as well. It's what it is. It's a triumphant Tuesday. We need those energy drinks. Matt doesn't drink energy drinks, I'm sure.
I don't. I have like a fridge. This is full of Celsius over here, but lately I have been not partaking in energy drinks. I've been trying to like decaffeinate. I used to wake up and drink so much. I would drink coffee and energy drinks. This was me like 4 years ago. And now it's like water. I totally changed. Feel a little healthier, I guess.
But
yeah.
I am long CELH Celsius stock. Okay.
I love Celsius. It's good company.
Yeah. And if you guys, I see some people in the chat saying we're making great improvements and all that, go ahead and make a Reddit post about, what we've done lately that you like, what you think we ought to do. Again, we read it all. And that's how we build, and the show's gotten so much better because y'all give us that feedback.
Yeah. So breaking news in the last 20 minutes of guys, I don't want to, let's jump right into it. Like while we're sitting here.
All right, hold on. Before you jump in, let me just put a form in the chat for folks to fill out for randomized giveaway.
Don't forget to do that, guys.
Now go.
There's some big developments in the Middle East. If you guys are paying attention to the news feeds, we now have total, according to Trump's Truth Social post, we have total of his skies in Iran. He's threatening, he's like, we know where the supreme leader is. We can, he's an easy target, but it's safe out here. We're not going to take him out, at least not for now. We don't want missile shot at civilians, American soldiers, our patients wearing thin. So Trump is talking, and it's creating a little bit of movement in the market. And again, anytime we talk about the situation abroad, just have to let you guys know we're strictly talking about from a market perspective. We mean no harm or disrespect to anybody, and it's very, again, more is a very sad thing. Very, you're praying for people out there, of course, on all sides of this. We're going to kind of talk about it from a market perspective. Do we think the market's going up or going down? We got to do our job, right? And what's going on? A couple days ago, the possibility of a global conflict brought the market down. Last night, the same sort of escalation created more downside movement to the market. I tried to catch the dip and took a hit. I was down about $9,000 when I started the day out today. I've since brought it kind of back to being, I don't know, I'm probably even-ish, 28.37. I'm actually think I'm up like $300 and I'm in another trader. So maybe I might be able to turn this day green after all. But the market's seeming to have like less and less care for what's going on out there. It's not creating the big nasty sell-off that we had before. And a lot of that's because oil prices spiked up, and now with the oil slightly coming down a little bit, people are rushing back into the opportunity that's presented for equity stuff. So I don't really feel like we're going to start seeing anything bad, but keep your ears peeled for anything related to, America fueling further escalation. The market might become volatile off of that. I don't think it's going to bearish off of that. So I think that's where we are right now. Trump, I think he's doing what he's always done. Trump is a show of force kind of leader. He's not really execution of force. He's a show of force. Tariffs are a great example of what he's going to do in Iran. He's going to beat his chest. He's going to bark really big. He's going to display enough to threaten somebody so they back down, and then he negotiates. This is his way. We've known Trump for almost how many years as president? You know, this is his second term. He did the same thing last time. He's going to show a big show of force to intimidate, to not make them just back down, but to bring them to the negotiation table so that he can get a deal. This is his whole thing. He literally wrote a book on how he does this. And so flying jets over, making threats on social media, I don't think we're going to fire a single missile. This is what I feel. And people keep saying taco, right? More like he's doing the right diplomatic thing, but just showing force up front. Trump always chickens out is what taco stands for. But I think it's part of his plan is to just show force, and then people see what they're up against, and then they're like, okay, let's talk it out. A lot of times that's what you need to do, because sometimes a bully only responds to a bully. And in business, that's a good tactic sometimes. It's very art of the deal. Yeah, good cop, bad cop sort of thing. I mean, he wrote a book on this. So I don't really think all the breaking news is looking pretty gross and damning for conflict. I don't think anybody wants to fight anybody, and I don't think anybody wants to fight us. So I'm going to bet that it's going to de-escalate very quickly, which just means I'm buying the dip. Long story short, I'm buying the dip. I don't think we want war. I don't think they want war. I don't think we want war. I don't think Russia wants us to go to war. I don't think China wants us to go to war. I don't think any country out there wants to lose money or business because we're all fighting proxy wars in the Middle East. I think everybody wants to focus on getting the trade deals out. That's the most important thing out there. I think everyone else is like kind of just wishing this wasn't going on. So that's where I am. So agreed, no war. Yeah, probably nothing. And although it's sad and scary, I know a lot of people in both countries that are terrified right now, and their families are terrified. This isn't a war between the awesome, cool people like you and me that live in these countries, the civilians and citizens. They're just like us. This is a war between crazy politician level stuff being politicians. So, you know, we're going to hope that everything turns out okay so that everybody else out there turns out okay. And at least for our jobs, we want the market to be stable. Definitely need a bull market. Hopefully going forward. We haven't seen a big pullback since all that info hit the wire. We would have by now if it were to be major impactful equities. I think Coop is nailing it. We haven't seen that thing create any kind of big volatility here. But also the market is chopping around mostly because we have VIX monthly options expiring tomorrow. That's usually going to cause a little bit of choppiness leading up into that Wednesday. But if you guys, whatever you missed, if you read the news feeds, it looks like American jets are now controlling the airways or controlling the skies, maybe flying over Iran. See what's going on. Trump is saying things on Truth. He told everybody yesterday, you should probably evacuate the Capitol. And now he's got jets flying over the Capitol, right? Or probably. I think that's what I'm reading from here. He says we control the skies right now. And that's kind of where we are with this. Trump is also delaying the TikTok ban and other breaking news. So anyways, my trade today, right? I made a good trade out the door, and I managed to turn my really red accounts into less red, and then I turned some of my zero accounts to green. I took my long right out the door when the market opened. You guys know my rules here. I take these liquidity pocket longs every single time. You guys know me, I beat my fist on the table. I say every single time. Liquid markets don't crash. I love liquidity pocket trades. QQQ had one. We've been playing this range all day long. Here to there, here to there, here to there. It's just been paying out. My second bet now, though, is that the stocks themselves are now filling their gaps, and we're starting to see stocks moving this way. It's very possible that we do get movement for the stocks to fill their gaps. So right now, I'm kind of making the bet that we get a second leg up just to close QQQ and S&P slightly higher. It's a less probable bet than just scalping this range all day, but I'm going to see if we can get it. If we shrugged off some of the recent headlines, and S&P has the same sort of thing. I always trade through these light gray to dark gray pockets right here. It's this little guy right here that I'm circling left side of the screen. I trade this every single time. It's my bread and butter trade. Looking pretty solid. S&P, the reason I'm in this trade for S&P instead of NASDAQ is S&P is now broken through its pocket and now supporting bull zone to maybe fill its gap. So this is what I'm looking for today. Just a bull run up, continuation of here. None of the stocks are selling off really bad. Everything's looking cool, bullish, tidy little market. So we're going to hopefully see a close that's favorable for some upside movement. Hopefully so. Good trade earlier. Matt, you're the GOAT. Can't wait for the boot camp. Oh, appreciate that. Yeah, I did. Yeah, this morning is a pretty stellar trade, right? My take profit on 3 ES contracts, roughly about 60.89 on the full run here. I only have 3 because I wanted to kind of trade possible both ranges. I've got an entry point here, which I'm kind of slightly even right here on. Entry point here. I have the ability to grab a second entry here, which is going to be a little sticky because 3 contracts on 10 points is about $1,500 drawdown that I can still take just to hit my second profit target or my second entry target. So I take along here and take along there. I might be in the whole $1,500. And so I've been thinking about trimming this to 2 so that I can hit it with 5 down here. But I think I'm going to just take the risk and I'm okay with drawing down 1,500. I'm totally okay with that. This account right here is up 1,900 anyways. So 1,500, even if I take the full drawdown, I'm still ahead for the day on that account. And I have the ability to leverage in with a second bet at my strong pivot. Both of these gray lines are really strong pivots. And that's what I'm looking for today. All these conflicts are so disappointing. I know, it's very disappointing. There's no way there are American jets in their airspace. Well, Trump has said we now have total control of the skies over Iran. So maybe not over the city, but maybe encircling the city so that people, they can't leave or shoot outside of it maybe. So I don't know what that means, but that's Trump's true social stuff. All right. So been watching paint dry for like the last couple hours. We haven't really got a lot of movement. After the first run up here, I basically closed my long and I've been waiting to get in on something. And now the conditions have slightly improved here. I'm taking the long. Now, one of the things I want you guys to, oh, well, all right, here we go. There's more news. This is what it's like. Okay, let's see what's going on here now. Red candle. This is also the problem with trading news. It can drop really rapidly. And I'm going to make sure that there's nothing crazy going on here. Israel launches cyber attack against Iran. Iranian technical teams work to restore affected services 2 minutes ago. Okay. So the market algorithms are just going crazy every time something happens. And that's what you're seeing. I'm still hodling this. I don't even know. Somebody said they just blew 2 more accounts. If the S&P is moving 7 points and you're blowing accounts, it is clear that you're betting too big. It's not investment advice, but I'm letting you know. You need to be able to buffer, at least in the S&P, at least 10-point moves without losing your account. Bet smaller. That's what's happening. NASDAQ is going to move up and down about 40 points in this kind of environment. Just of the noise, the random noise. So you need to be able to buffer that much movement without going under. Yeah. So just be careful. Maybe he's just being goofy, but if that's the case, just, I would say slides down. If 7 points is blowing you up, trade about 1/3 of what you're currently doing. You need to be able to survive at least 10 with some fat on it. See me, 3 contracts. I've had mega dip candles here that have come out of nowhere. My drawdown's been within control of $1,500 or less, which I'm cool with. I'm cool with that. Hopefully this turns into something better. What time's the show end? We end roughly at 2:30, or I'm sorry, 1:30 Eastern. All right, so just more Israel. Like I said, the market is just looking for reasons to react, and every single time we've gotten a little blip here, people have bought that up. Remember, tomorrow's FOMC too, so I don't expect the market to really make big decisive movements today. If I get the gap fill, I'm out of the trade. It should be lovely if I get it. I'll be at FOMC tomorrow, and if you guys look, I think the Fed Watch. Let's take a look really quick. I think it's about like 99% chance of no rate cut, which is expected. Traders are kind of pricing in, as I'm reading, like a September rate cut. Even if we get that, inflation's sort of coming down. A 99.9% chance we stay at 4.25 to 4.5. So we should pretty much get no change tomorrow. And that's expected. So the question is the rhetoric with Jay Powell going to be a little bit more optimistic? Oh, we'll be trading FOMC. Maybe, hey, guys, let's extend the show a little bit to cover FOMC tomorrow if we can plan maybe a little bit later, because we'll be streaming right up into the edge of it. I'm sure people here want to check it out. If not, I'll be streaming, but for sure we'll be covering it tomorrow. The idea is that what's the likelihood of us having multiple rate cuts? Now, we know we got the dot plots last year. We were talking about seeing some of the Fed folks wanted 4, some of them wanted 2 rate cuts. And then once Trump got elected, right, kind of the camp split very drastically. And a lot of people didn't think we were going to need a lot of rate cuts at all because they knew the inflation was coming from the tariffs. Now the tariffs are less fierce. And so inflation is going to be coming down. The Michigan numbers came down. Remember last read, we got about like a 5.5 on the 1-year inflation expectation, which was better than like the 6.5 we had the previous read. So with inflation numbers expected to come down, the likelihood is going to go up that the Fed maybe does cut rates a couple times, or maybe one time. Man, U.S. is to decide today whether to join. So Chancellor Merce is talking again, just the same. Trump and national security team to meet at 1 p.m. The U.S. decision depends on whether Iran negotiates. This is Germany talking now. It's just saying the U.S. decides today whether to join the conflict or not. And the algos are just having fun with this, man. I'm just holding on. I'm just holding on for some green. Yeah. So hanging into that. I don't believe that this is going to move the market down. Liquidity pocket a second time is so strong. I love those supports. I could be just scalping this range all day long instead of just holding on to this, but I'm going to be very careful here. I don't think there's anything new. Trump and national security team to meet at 1 p.m. I wonder if that's 1 p.m. Eastern. Oh, so relative to this headline, that is in an hour. Okay. That must be my time zone. All right. Now the question is, what do I do here? I'm at the base. See, a lot of times, no matter what you do, and no matter how good your stuff is, a lot of times the news is just going to be the news. The market's going to flip out and there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to react. The question is my risk good enough? And I've already assumed that I would hold 15,000 to 1,500 drawdown to get the full run up to here. I mean, it's a like maybe a 2.5 to 1 trade for the most part. Actually, 2.7 to 1 trade from here to here. It's great. The R&R is really good on this. So I'm okay with taking a little bit of heat on this, just holding out the news and see if it rallies. No, we'll see. Screw today's volatility. Usually when you see that the market is shrugging off, right, it's not bad enough to crush a liquidity pocket. It usually means that the market has tolerance for it, and it's probably going to have a big green candle to follow up. So hopefully we should be fine. The market is proving to not really shake anybody out. Big ups would be nice. Big ups would be really nice. I've had a stellar month. I've had a really good week. This is the first day of me trading, I think, in maybe like a week and a half that I've taken a decent sized losing, I guess not even decent, losing position pre-market. But it's been pretty good since then, I guess. Hopefully get big ups, hopefully. Liquidity pocket indicator it's in the Rocket Scooter platform. It's all it does is find gamma exposure levels and bull and bear zones and things like that. Yeah. So the question is, we've had 2 attempts at dipping. It just seems obvious. Like if it were to crash, it would have crashed already. And every single piece of information that comes out, it's like just barely moving lower. There is no momentum to the upside. So it's kind of the crummy thing. But anyways, back to the Fed. We get the projection numbers tomorrow. So we'll see what everybody thinks the future is going to look like. And that's really going to be the big news to take a look at. You know, the interest rate decision is going to be nothing. But let's see what their projections are, right? What do we think they're going to do this year or next year? Now, the question is, could I add to my position here, or do I just want to hold through it? I could take a little bit more risk at the bottom band, which is basically 62. And I can trade it back up. So maybe I can turn this into some day trading, just scalping the range. Let me just monitor NASDAQ really quick just to see how it looks. And NASDAQ is starting to lose the key level first. So this is actually not that good. NASDAQ is looking a little worse. I don't like that. And now some of the stocks are starting to sell. So this is kind of like losing that good confluence I wanted to see. My little resilience indicators just turned negative. It's a hint that some of the stocks are losing key levels. So that's not really that good. It's not the best sign going forward. So we'll see. Hopefully we can hang in there. So, you know, crossing my fingers on this. But I'll pull the plug. You know, Trump has seriously considered joining the war in Iran and launching a strike against its nuclear facilities, as U.S. officials tell Axios reporter. Trump and National Security Team to meet at 1 p.m. Again, that's big. Okay. But still, though, I don't think, I mean, the reason the market would respond so crazily is because fear of a bigger conflict, other people join in the fight too, right? I'm not pulling the plug yet until we lose key levels. So in S&P, this is the key level here. So I'm still kind of holding on to this. But this is what happens news-based trading. There's not a lot of, the skill involved is just related to position sizing and position management, knowing where to pull the plug. I can get a red candle come out of nowhere and just kick me in the face. And that's kind of the scary part about trading news. I tell myself what's the worst that can happen. You know, the market falls 20 or 30 points and I'm down 4K, 5K, I just close out. This account has plenty of buffer to absorb a loss like that and not really flinch. So my position size is small enough to absorb anything. But it looks like there's nothing new going to happen at least until 1 o'clock. So it might be possible that we get a display of force from U.S. forces, like shoot one bomb at them. But man, if we do that, who knows what kind of retaliation is going to come out of that, other parties around the world. So yeah, this is not really that exciting for my bull trade. And sometimes it just happens. Sometimes the news just turns stupid and that really just happens. There's not much you can do about it. But just kind of like hang in there and keep kind of holding up. But let me try one more thing. I'm going to add 1 to this at the bottom and sort of scalp the range even more. If I get another bump to there, I might trim back down to 2, but let's see if I get it. Now, this assumed risk is going to be closer to 3,000 if it drops. So I'm okay with that. And again, trading news, a lot of times just avoid it. When things are doing like this, the smart thing is to not do anything. But on the show, I still like to demonstrate some kind of trades. Even if I know I'm fighting against the herd and it might be a losing battle, at least it's good to sort of just demonstrate how you would do it. In all honesty, if I wasn't sitting here, I probably would just be like on the sidelines chilling. Now with these conditions kind of look blah. So I'm going to take my setup from the zone bottom to the zone top. I usually take this every time. And boy, everything was looking so good for the longest time this morning. I was super happy about that setup, man. You have no idea. I was like so stoked about it. All right, we'll see if we get the bounce. Full port. Full port all in. Yeah, hopefully. No, I just hope they just stop talking about it. And the source says Trump is seriously considering the war. That's not what they said earlier in the week. So I think he's just calling their bluff to force them to talk. So let's see if we hold. It's not really looking that good, so I'm kind of like nervous about this one. I have a 10-point stop below here, right at about 52, where I will pull the plug. And again, news-based trading, it's not a testament of skill. You're kind of just like you know, it's almost like coin flipping. The news can go either way, and really, there's no good news that can come out. So the problem is, I'm not waiting for any good news. I'm waiting for the idea that the market doesn't think it's bad enough. And I think that the possibility of entering the conflict is actually bad enough. I'm not going to underplay that. The market is clearly, stocks are getting sold pretty heavily, and this is consistent volume into this downtrend. So it's showing that there's a sentiment change. The stocks themselves took a dive. This white line here also showing the same thing. So anyways, I'm willing to take a possible long bet just to see if we hold, but if we don't, I'll pull it out. And that's absolutely okay, because it does happen sometimes. But if I pull out, I'll get back in if we reclaim the same level. So I'm looking for this liquidity pocket trade. Always that the market's going to still stay okay, hopefully. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Let me start delete a lot of this here. But yeah, losing key level is not the best. And what kind of sucks is that no matter how good you are at trading and no matter how good you are at doing whatever you do, the market will sometimes just roll the dice against you. Nobody could have predicted or not predicted something's going to happen when it comes to like this kind of conflict stuff. Two Israeli officials told whoever the source is that Netanyahu and the Israeli defense establishment continue to believe Trump is likely to enter the war the coming days to bomb Iran's underground enrichment facility. And that's what the news headlines are saying now. Maybe I should just start kind of trimming this out. I'm going to take out and still hang on to my 3. And then if we don't reclaim, I'll trim back down to 2, and then I'll stop out at my full 2 at 52. I don't want 4 contracts of risk now. I'm just going to take 2. And I'm going to hold on to there. So the fourth one I put on here, I kind of pulled out, and I'm just going to leave it right here at 52 as my full stop on this. So I'm still holding on. Still all right on this. Should be okay. Hopefully we're okay on this. But I just don't believe we're going to do any bombing. That's my bet, is that we're not going to do anything. Now, I could be naive to that, but as a trader, you got to speculate what you think is going to happen. I don't really think we are going to do anything. We shouldn't do anything. Yeah, no matter how good you are at trading, a Trump tweet or a Trump headline sometimes will just zap your position, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you can't control your position size, which is what I'm doing. My belief is that the news is like done. There's no new news coming forward. Okay, maybe we'll bomb them in a couple of days. Okay, what else is new? Trump could confirm. Yeah, that's true. Then maybe market will flip out. But I don't think we're going to actually do it. I think it's just a traditional Trump show of force. He demands unconditional surrender. Well, okay. Well, let's start to. Stakes are getting high here. Man, I'm glad I'm streaming this for you guys. Trump warned Iran. This is from CNBC. That he is an easy. Oh, we've already read that. Okay, they're just analyzing the Truth Social. Never mind. Warns the leader that he's an easy target and that our patience is wearing thin. Yeah, we already heard that. Okay, so that's just the Truth Social tweet. That's a late headline. Okay. Or I don't know. That's not a tweet. What do you call it on Truth Social when you tweet something? What's the name of it? I've never actually joined the platform. Is it called a truth? Is that what they really call it? It's a truth? Oh, okay. That's the obvious, I guess. I'm still going to call it a tweet. I don't know. It sounds weird. It sounds weird calling it a truth. It's like, I don't want to admit that it's a truth. So I'm still going to say tweet. Somebody said a lie. An opinion, maybe? All right. I remember a long time ago when it first came out, when he got banned from Twitter, I signed up for the wait list, and then I never followed up with it. I think I stopped caring. But I was like, let me get on the wait list so I can follow what Trump is saying. But then he was no longer president. And I never followed up with it, so I actually never really made my account there. But I'll watch it just to kind of see what he's saying. Okay. 5-year. Okay. Nothing else in the news. I'm reading the news feeds on Financial Juice. This isn't looking too hot, guys. And I'm kind of like hating this trade a little bit, but I don't think the market's going to crash. Not pre-VIX expiration day, not pre-Fed day. No, I still think we're going to hang in there, but that's just me. I don't know. I've been doing this a long time. I don't think the market has any desire. This is an opportunity, in my opinion, to do something. I don't think the market's going to sell off before Fed day. I just don't. The market usually spans a range. It doesn't usually pick decisive movements leading into Fed, especially if Fed day is going to be a wash. But we have the projections coming out. The projections are a big deal. So I don't think the market's going to give anyone a head start on a long or short. Right now, we're trying to, we should be focusing on the Fed, really. Yeah, Victor, you're right. Like we get some downside today. They cut rates. It pops right back up in. Yep. So liquidity pocket, again, still a stable trade from here. Resilience is resistance from half gap. So we have resistance right here. Hopefully we get some hodl on this. Again, I'm just playing the range. I could have been in a little bit better position. I did try to long here, but the news brought us down. I held through it, decided to long a little bit, add one more to the position. Then I decided to not do that. And I still have my original 3. And I'm okay with that. If we get a big run up end of the day, I'm cool with that. If not, then I'm still kind of just sitting around the same area. I don't think we crash today. This doesn't make sense. I've been trading Fed days for many years, for many moons. And I'll tell you, you don't really get big market movements leading up to big events. You usually will go high and then go low, end up in the middle. And maybe today we can end up in the middle, hopefully. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for. Our risk management is so good. I mean, that's really where your skill as a trader lies, and your ability to decide how much you're willing to put on the table and where you're willing to pull the plug. That's really the art form of this game. It's not predicting the direction. It's just knowing what's in front of you. What are the odds? Clearly, I've got news that can slam this position around any which way. And if this just creates like a midday crash because of a potential war, I think people are going to freak out. Midday selling through here. I think people are going to freak out and it's going to crash. And I hope it doesn't. That's my thought. I really hope it doesn't. Because no matter how good you can trade, the news crap just sometimes can bite you. Now, again, this is a very risky bet to bet that the market's going to shrug everything off maybe here. And I don't think it has a good probability to rally anymore. But I still should make the attempt to make the trade. And I'll pull the plug right here at about 52. I'll get right back in if we reclaim it. So the idea is this is my area to find support at, and this is my stop loss down here. I said if we found lower lows, I might trim to 2. Let's trim to 2. Okay, so now we're lower lows. I'm going to trim to 2, and I'll pull out fully down at the bottom. Now I've cut my risk down to 2 just in case. If we reclaim, I'm back in on the heavy side, and we'll see what happens from here. I don't like the increasing volume into declining candles. That's not really that good. But I still have faith that we're still not crashing, and I'm still going to hang on, but I just cut my risk a little bit more. How much drawdown do I have? Roughly less than 2,000, which is kind of what I assumed I would have. And that was part of the plan, which is totally fine. So Israel continues to believe that Trump is joining the conflict. Iran says so now they're responding. Our previous operations against the enemy were a deterrent. We will carry out our punitive operations against them soon. Wow, these people have no idea how to negotiate stuff. I feel like nobody's backing down. Okay. Well, Does anybody have a fallout shelter I can crash in for a couple of years? Maybe a couple decades? I won't bring a lot of stuff. I won't take up a lot of space. Just let me crash in your bed. Anybody have an underground bunker I can stay in? I'm about to get a Switch 2. I'll bring that. Got a generator. I'll bring Pickle. Yeah. Okay. You have a 12-man tornado shelter in Oklahoma. Let's do it. All right. I'll bring a sleeping bag. I'll bring IDOC. LOL. All right. Now we're back inside the zone. Okay. Let's see if we hang on then. Let's see what the liquidity pocket holds. This is going to be an interesting news night. All right. Do I want to put back on? Maybe I'll just take it with 2. Let me back in the pocket. Raz is getting better. Stocks picking up a bid. Okay, we're at the third tap of this, and resilience is still declining but improving. Let me get back into 3. Why not? I know this is kind of a stupid bet. I might take another $1,000 hit on this, but the news is just not good. So this is what I'm looking at right now. That's giving me a little bit of insight. Stocks are picking up a little bit of a bid. We start to see the resilience numbers tail up a little bit. Stocks are getting gobbled up. So that's what I'm looking at now. And hopefully we can see this white line get back to being above 0, which would be perfect for the setup. And hopefully I can get that. So let me bet right here that we're getting a little bit on the stocks. And let me start to kind of try this one more time. Let me make this bigger for you guys to see. Let me put a little bigger version of this same resilience chart over to the left, the right side here. This chart is the same as the one below the candles, except this updates every 2 seconds. And it is right at 0. So we want to watch this white line right here in the top right of my screen. If it pops above 0, we're good. It's right at 0, so I'm backing on the trade. Come on. At least at this point, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm still going to probably take it up to 72. If I get the 10 points, I should be happy enough. Oh, exciting day today. You guys get to watch a little bit of... I like to see when you guys get to watch me underwater or struggling or managing position. It's not always just like, pick the trade and then you make money and then you celebrate. A lot of times you're going to fight for it. And for here, it's like... You see that the skill set is always analyzing, okay, how far can it go against me? How much am I going to lose? Can I afford to lose that? Is there enough buffer in the account? Is that okay? Should I get in? Should I get out? Should I trim? So you guys saw me in 3, then I went to 4, then I went to 3, then I went to 2, and then I'm back at 3. These are decisions that I'm making based on my confluence indicator below. As I'm getting stronger signals, my position's getting stronger. Weaker signals, I'm starting to trim as this got lower. I went from 4 to 3 to 2, and now I'm back into 3. This is professional decision making that turns you profitable versus just trying to pick the direction in the market. There was somebody earlier that said they blew up their account on a single news candle. Okay, but that's a little too heavy hand, right, for a trade. For me, I've managed to fall all the way through here, and I'm down 2% in my account. It's barely a fraction of it. And managing how much you're willing to bet under the conditions you have is really the difference between winning and losing in this game.
Can I interrupt on that note?
What's up, dude? Come on in.
Winning and losing in the game. I want to put more people in the game.
I like it.
How's that?
Let's bring him in.
A simple question to the users, to the chat, which is... What content should we add? We got a slew of responses. Some people talking about psychology, life lessons about life. Love it. London session, back testing, technical indicators. So thank you all as we build this. We want to do it with you and for you. And as a reward, Matt, do you mind if I take a little bit of time to spin the wheel and give away some free 50K Starter Plus accounts?
I always love when that happens.
Woo! Chat, are you ready? Can I
type it up, chat? You guys ready?
Or do you prefer I don't interrupt? I know it's annoying. I ruined the
No,
flow.
no. You interrupt all the time, especially for a giveaway. You're welcome at any point in time.
All right. Wheel is going. You see how long this wheel takes, Matt. How many spins should we do?
How many did we do last time? Let's do what we did last time.
I don't remember.
In the pop 20,
What
20
does chat
names?
think? 5 spins? 5 spins, chat? Is that what you're thinking?
15. I'm reading 20s, 30s, 200s, 50, 11,
50.
25.
What about anybody saying 5? Is anybody
Waleed?
saying 5, Matt? 3?
I see 5 after the number 1. I see a bunch of 15s. I don't see a lot of 5s.
Shoot. Should we do 15 then?
15 would be good. 15 would be really, really generous. Very generous.
You think do all right. If Matt commands it, Luke does it. It's as simple as that. Here's spin 5 rolling for y'all.
And
Let
I
the
think
suspense build.
what we should do is if we get to 1,000 viewers tomorrow or any day, we should do a little more. Like the more people, the more spins. I think that's a good thing. So tell all your friends and get up here.
All right, I like that. How many spins should we do if we get 1,000 tomorrow?
If we did 15 today at 900, if we do 1,000, we'll do 20. We should do 5 more.
Okay.
If we get
All right.
1,500 viewers, we'll see if we get there. Maybe even more than that.
This is 7. I might have another code ready too for today, but I'm not doing it unless we're at 1,100. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
We've done a slew of giveaways today. We've done the big codes where I announce it and call it out. We've done the giveaways where it's the randomized wheel spin like we're doing now. We've done the giveaways where a sneaky code pops up on the screen for those who are
Very
really
nice.
paying
Very
attention.
nice.
Yeah. All right, this next one is 10. We're climbing. KP, you are number 10. Ma'am or sir. I did note that Marcelo won twice. Crazy luck. Congratulations. Go play the lottery today. I mean, you have some luck in you. All right, we have 3 more, Matt. 3 more, Rocket Scooter. RS. Woo! It's getting to the final 2. Are you nervous? Do you feel lucky today?
Who are the last 2? The last
Who are
2 are
the
the
last
luckiest 2.
Troy Mitchell.
Mitchell.
All right, and I'm going to stop until I get 10 more subscribers on the channel. We're taking a break. I'm
Okay.
gonna give it a minute. We need 10 more subscribers on the channel.
Subscribe to the channel, everybody. Hit that sub button and turn on notifications so that you know when we're live every day.
And I see people saying we should do a bonus spin because Marcelo won twice. We'll do a bonus spin. We'll do 16. I
Fair.
listen to you. This is the one. While this is spinning, I need 10 more subscribers on the channel. I need some likes on the stream. It's as simple as that. Gary, trade. All right, last one. We got our subs. Let's run it up. Let's see what we have. Tarthio. Winner
Nice
16.
job, nice job.
Bonus spin for you all. Matt commanded it. I said okay.
Nice job, everybody. Congrats.
And guys, I'm dying to get to 15,000 subscribers. I would love to do it today or tomorrow. Could you please, if you're not already, subscribe to the channel or share it with somebody who could be interested? They might be. And ask them to sub the channel. We might have to do a little bonus giveaway at 15,000.
All right.
All right, Matt. Back over to you. 1,100 viewers. We might have one final code.
Awesome. Thank you, Luke. And we really appreciate that, everybody. Y'all give a big thank you to the MFF group here. Really appreciate the generous offers. They really love you guys. It's really cool of them. I am watching my indicator has now flipped its polarity. The S&P, at least so far, is now showing signs of okayness. Normally, inside of this box, this is where the index wants to be if this indicator is greater than 0. It's very rarely wrong. And it's showing the stocks are now starting to get a bid here while the index is sold off. This is a classic possible opportunity. Now that we're getting a pop in NASDAQ and S&P, it looks like something's getting bought up. Let's shuffle around and try to see what it is. NVIDIA being one of them. I'm going to run through the big tech first to try to see. NVIDIA is getting bought. Amazon is catching a bottom here. Google also catching a dip. So we're starting to get a little bit of movement. Not enough, but some. And Microsoft also holding key levels as well. So hopefully we can get the first trade originally, the trade that I originally wanted, if this repairs out. Now, again, they're meeting at 1 o'clock to talk about the Iran stuff, but it doesn't mean we're going to hear something at 1 o'clock about the Iran stuff. So I don't think we're going to hear anything at all today until at least the market closes. I don't think they're going to leave the meeting and start talking to the press. I think obviously this is military strategy. If they leave the meeting and start talking to the press, it just means it's a show of force. If they were really planning on doing something, they wouldn't just announce it and tell somebody a heads up. They want to threaten doing it so that people back down. So this is where I think we are. I don't think we're going to hear anything else maybe. But the stocks are starting to pick up some steam here. With that being said, I hope I can get a run up. Now, again, the news is starting to drag this down, and there's just a lot of selling volume. But we've got a little bit of evidence here that people are starting to buy the dip. So the white line going above 0 is a good sign that this has potential to move. And again, if I just fall below key levels, I'm going to dump out of this and just call it a day. But appreciate you guys supporting the stream and supporting everything we do here at MyFundedFutures, and obviously supporting me. I really love that. You guys are so kind to me. And News Meta is supplying what some things. Okay. And I will keep my stops still at 52 at the same spot. Let's see what NASDAQ is looking like right now. Looking all right. I just, like I said, I don't believe that we're going to, and again, I could be wrong, but I just don't want to believe that we're going to be selling off into FOMC day. Like the end of the day market pop is very real. That's what I feel. And the market just needed a little bit of reason to have some volatility. You guys might not be able to see the result of the trade because I think I'm going to get out of here in about 10 minutes, but I will be live on my own channel to finish out the day if you guys want to come on over and see how it goes. Liquidity pockets show up as an indicator in your wealth. No, it's Justin. It's part of Rocket Scooter. The whole platform is designed to show that data. Other platforms can't, don't have the data to even display that information. All right. Yeah, so this might be another pull the plug on this. I'm going to stop fully at 52. This is where I'm kind of drawing this. But again, evidence shows people are buying the stocks. So I'm going to trust my indicator. It's now giving me that signal for the last 20 minutes now that we're getting a buy for all the way from 1307 up until 1321. So about 14 minutes now of stocks being bought up and index being traded down. So let's see if we get a surprise move on this. 52 is my stop. Now 5 points lower. actually put that about right here. So this is what I want to see. Now, again, news makes market slightly irrational. The market will detach a little bit from everything else while it's just kind of like getting ahead of something. As it's gently trading lower, you can see we're not like crashing out. It's just pricing lower for whatever reason. Usually moves like this aren't speeding up the impact of the expected news has happened, and now we wait. I think maybe this also could be a thing where we don't actually move until we get like a defining announcement that we're going to do something or not do something in Iran. But here's the thing, though. I think that in general, this is going to be something that in like a month won't be thought of in the market. That's what I want to believe, that we don't really get involved and nothing else happens. The dip and pop back up, that's usually what will happen. So again, I'm kind of in the same risk here that I was earlier. So this is my one pivot. This is my second pivot. And so I love to play this range. And again, most like my bread and butter trades, about 90% of those trades will usually work, but you got news kind of pushing you away from what normally happens. The ebb and flow of the market is very strong here. And all morning it was strong in that same spot. But obviously the dynamic is shifting a little bit. We're getting trumped. What's my ratio? What I usually earn in a day and lose in a day? My average daily range is 0 to 20K, up or down, for the most part. That's about how much risk I'm in. So some of my better, like in my futures accounts, that is. Options a little different. Some of my options big plays are sometimes big, like 50K or 100K bets sometimes in options. Sparingly, though, I don't really usually do a lot of options trades, but only for big reversals. But normally up or down, anywhere between 0 and 20. 20 days, worst losing day, best winning day, typically is what I try to stay between. Yeah. Average winning days, 5 to 10 is pretty normal on a day-to-day. We got a couple 20Ks this month. Yeah, we're pressing slow-mo low. I'm getting close to my stop here. Got my finger on the button. I'm not pushing it yet. It's got my finger waiting there. I've been trading for 15 years. It's a little different when you're starting out, and obviously I don't even see trading as money really anymore. Just the more you have, the more you do. And it's really just kind of like relative risk to the amount total that I have invested. It's really what's important is like how much risk is a percent of your account, and like 10 to 20 is not a lot compared to like, like what I have or what I can trade with. So it's relatively low risk compared to, the buffer of like actual cash I have to trade with. So I'm not like, it's not like I have 50K to my name and I'm trying to make 20K off of it. It's much, much, much bigger than that. Right. So you got to make sure that as much as you win or lose per day, you're okay. The rule of thumb I tell people is that whatever you lose in a day on your worst day, if you lose that 5 days in a row, and you feel sick to your stomach, then you probably are betting too big, right? If you feel like you're losing a huge amount of your money, if I lost 20K 5 days in a row, I probably wouldn't be sad. I wouldn't like it. That's obviously a lot of money, but I wouldn't be like devastated, like it was so much I can't recover. And so the idea is your maximum you should lose. Pretend you have like a really bad, now my indicator just went negative again. You can pretend you had a really bad day and you lost 5 days in a row. You'll come back on Monday. If that was a lot of money to you and it hurts, then Monday you'll be trading so differently than you were the previous day because it'll have some trauma left with you. So make sure you trade small enough that if you go on a 5-day losing streak, you're okay with that amount. So the max amount you're willing to lose in a week divided by 5, and that should be your daily max loss or your daily gain. Play within the range that you stay comfortable with. Right? That's kind of the rule of thumb there. Yeah, I don't. It's just I'm not. There's not a lot of. There's not a lot of buying activity. I think people are sort of like accepting their fate that we're going to be bombing people today or tomorrow. It was so crazy because all day long the market was moving higher as I expected. Like last night, even last night I wanted to buy the dip. I was like, you know, it's just more of the same. We're not going to get involved, and you know, but I'm getting close to pulling the plug on this one. There's Nasdaq looking at. Nasdaq's not really finding lower lows. It's still bouncing at the same place, but we'll see in a second. All right. So we're getting close to my, again, all these candles have wicks on them. That's the thing. They're still not really like aggressive selling. And the VIX, while going up slightly, is not going up rapidly. Because the VVIX is not responding as much as I want it to. Again, this is just like, yeah. So I'm about to pull the plug on this one. 52 is it. That's all right. Doesn't work. And at 53, I'm going to start trimming back down to 2. So I trim back down to 2, and then I said, well, I'll have my 2. Just again, I give myself a full 10 points to pull the plug on this. And again, I get right back in if we take a second test there. VIX is moving higher, 20.6. The VIX isn't broken daily highs yet, so we're not as bad as we were earlier on volatility side. So the possibility of like giant red candles is still kind of not as likely as earlier today. But we'll see. And at 52, I'll just pull the plug. So we'll see. We're right on the edge there. I wouldn't be trying to trade any indicators or signals. This is completely news driven. There's nothing right now that is going to predict what the news is doing or what people are going to respond to the news. I would say avoiding, like the market's flip-flopping a lot right now. My good signal went bad again. The market is being a little irrational here. There's the dip to 52. All right, there's the overshoot. Let's see if I want to tap the sell or not. Okay. Fingers on the button. Is that an overshoot candle? We're on the edge here. Let's see if we hold it. There's that final little like, okay, there's the FU there. Let's hold the 52. Hang in there. Hang in there. Let me move this up a little higher. There's the flush. Let's see if the flush turns green. If this candle wicks up, we should hopefully okay, but I need to get right. I need to get above this level here. So we need to reclaim that with some volume. What I do in this case is I watch a tick chart. Tick chart is the better kind of chart to see the flow on. And I want to watch the individual orders as they come through. I have Thinkorswim 25 tick chart up right here, and I want to see what's going on. So I'm right on the edge of pulling the plug on this. I trimmed down from 3 to 2. But there was that final little flush candle there. Let's eyeball this and see what happens. What's up? I thought I saw Luke pop in. Maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I didn't. All right, guys. So this is right on the edge. I'm sorry. That's Nasdaq. Oops. All right. And we should be good. 52 is holding. We should be all right. Good, good, good. And we'll see how this plays out. Join me later on my stream for the exciting conclusion to will Matt come out alive? We'll see.
I think you will. Come on, Matt. Come on, chat.
This is just evidence that news-based trading can be dangerous and choppy and weird. So hopefully things turn out all right, but we'll see. So yeah, that was my stop, guys. And actually before Luke talks, I have a soft stop philosophy. 52 is my stop. As you see, we broke below it and I still didn't stop. It's about where I want to stop, but I'm watching that one final candle to see what happens. If we start pressing below it a second time with volume, I'll probably pull the plug. So right now, the market's trying to hold this area, and we'll see if I get lucky. But if I fall below it again, I'll trim a second time. If we fall below it a third time, we'll trim a third time. So I'm basically stopping instead of stop all of it. I work a position. I work it, baby. All right. What you got, Luke?
We popped a surprise code on the screen. 20 of you got 50K Starter Plus accounts. If you got it, let us know. I want to hear it. Again, I'm here for you, for Matt, for the people. Again, if you made it, it was a sneaky one for those really paying attention. We want to know. And Matt, where will you be closing out this trade at?
Well, it's all going to depend on what the indicators I have down here are telling me. Right now, they're telling me at best, I might get a pop back to today's open price as resistance. This could be very strong resistance today. Just even getting right back here to open, that might be resistance. If this white line gets above 0, then I get a little bit more hopeful through there. But right now, this is looking to be like where we're anchoring today. So if I get lucky and we press through here at least to 60.76, now I'm not betting on the full move to the top anymore. Now I'm just trying to kind of get as much out of as I can before I close out.
All right. And where will you be streaming?
I will be live on my YouTube channel. The link, I think, is in the description below, but let me give you guys the link really quick for the actual stream itself. I'll be live on YouTube. I'm live every single day in the mornings and the afternoons. So as soon as we pile out of here, you guys are all welcome to come watch me finish out the day, and we'll see how the trade turns out. I'll give you a link really quick.
All right. Thank you.
I'll
remind people, code YouTube. If you've never been with us before, right now it's giving you 50% off of any plan. If you've been with us before, it's our pass one, get one. Pass a Starter Plus or Expert eval, get a free eval. You have unlimited time to pass that eval that you purchased with the code. You can use as many resets as you need. It's a pretty, pretty creative promotion for you all.
That's a really awesome promotion, guys. It's like a second chance, right? You pass one, you get an extra one in reserve.
Yeah, stack accounts, all that thing.
Back pocket account. Yeah, that's actually really, really nice. You don't hear about that anywhere for sure. That's cool.
Cool. All right, with that, audience, I'll be back at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. I will look forward to seeing everyone, and I want to wish everyone some happy trading.
All right. And you guys are welcome to join me, see if I have a heart attack or we're celebrating later. We'll see what happens.
Let's see.